The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and gallery, please rise for invocation, which will be offered by the chaplain.
Author of all being, convert our hearts to you. Reveal to us the ways that we depart from you, the ways that we forget you and fail to love as you demand. All that we are is a gift. All that we have is freely given to us by you. May we make use of our lives in such a way that gives you worthy praise and worship. Bring peace and healing into this world broken by sin through your servants, those whom you have united yourself to. Have mercy on us all, and may the souls of those killed in Allen and the souls of all the faithful departed, through your mercy, rest in peace. Through Christ our Lord. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Frederick Frazier of Collin County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Mr. Speaker, members, please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance to the greatest state in the country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. God bless Texas.
The chair will now hear excuses for absent members. Please excuse Mr. Rainey because of funeral and the motion of Mr. Harless. Please excuse Mr. Sherman for today and tomorrow because of important business in the district and the motion of Ms. Collier. Please excuse Mr. Smithy because of important business in the district and the motion of Mr. Darby. Please excuse Mr. Thompson of Brazoria on the motion because of important business in the district and the motion of Mr. Paul. Please excuse Mr. Murr, Ms. Ann Johnson of Harris, and Messrs. Guerin, Longoria, and Spiller for the remainder of the session as needed to attend meetings of the Committee on the General Investigation on the motion of Mr. Metcalf. The objection, chair has none so ordered. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Brianna Connor from Austin as the Doctor of the Day. Mr. Metcalf moves to dispense the reading and referral of bills until the end of the day's calendar. Objection, chair has none so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial resolution. Members, please take your seats. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 466 by Dutton in memory of attorney and criminal justice advocate Jeff Blackburn.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's an honor for me to lay out and present to you this previously adopted resolution, memorial resolution, regarding Attorney Jeff Blackburn from Amarillo, Texas. This is Chairman Dutton's resolution, and he was unable to be here this morning. And his office asked that I lay this out because Jeff was a personal friend of mine, and he lived for such a long time in my hometown of Amarillo, Texas. And I think Jeff would have a chuckle right now if he knew I was giving this resolution, because Jeff and I probably couldn't be any further apart on a political spectrum from one another, yet I had the deepest respect for Jeff, and we had hours and hours of conversations over many, many years. And I have the most high respect for Jeff as a person and his intellect. Attorney Jeff Blackburn was born May 1st, 1957 in Amarillo. He earned his law degree from the University of Houston, and during his career, he tirelessly represented the poor and disadvantaged in criminal, land, civil rights cases, and many others across the state of Texas. He spearheaded a number of significant criminal justice reforms in Texas throughout his career. Two of his most celebrated cases were the Tulia drug bust of 1999, where he secured the pardon of 38 defendants, and the posthumous exoneration of Tim Cole, who had been falsely convicted and died in prison. In 2006, he founded the Innocence Project of Texas. Jeff was highly decorated with numerous state and national awards throughout his many years of service. He was accomplished in so many ways, but his life was so much more than just his law practice. His life was much more than his long criminal justice reform. He loved life, he loved his family, he loved to travel, he loved great conversations, he loved great music, he loved organic farming in the mountains and the deserts of northern New Mexico and Texas. He was perpetually curious and open-minded, and he read widely in history, economics, and philosophy. He loved art, poetry, and literature. He's one of the most widely knowledgeable and well-read individuals I've ever met. He was a terrific father and grandfather, and a loyal and generous friend and mentor to countless people throughout his life. Jeff was well regarded in the community. I remember when my wife was a television anchor, the one person she could always count on to go get comments and insights on any issues regarding criminal law would be Jeff Blackburn. He was a tremendous individual. I know he's got some family up in the gallery with us today. I would like them to stand, please, at this time. We so appreciate Jeff and what he contributed to not just the profession of law, but to the communities he lived in. He was such a wonderful individual, and we're so grateful for his friendship, leadership, and mentorship throughout his short life. And Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 917 by Rogers, congratulating the Grafford High School boys basketball team on winning the 2023 UIL 1A state championship. H.R. 917 by Rogers, congratulating the Grayford High School boys basketball team on winning the 2023 UIL 1A state championship.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rogers to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March 11th, 2023. The Grayford High School boys basketball team won the 2023 University Interscholastic League 1A state championship at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio. Grayford's championship game against Jayton, which is in Chairman Burrow's district, resulted in a thrilling showdown and eventually was won by 49-44 in overtime by the Jackrabbits. The most valuable player and only senior, Colin Roberts, is behind me on the dais, and he'll continue his basketball career at Hardin-Simmons University in Abilene. Superintendent of Grayford ISD, Brandon Perry, and Coach Jeff Bell, who helped lead the team to victory, also join us on the dais. And up in the gallery, if y'all want to stand, up in the gallery with Coach Jared Westmoreland are the rest of the Grayford Jackrabbit State Championship team. Let's give them a round of applause. The team received significant contributions throughout the year from several of these that are standing there. Kristen Shea, Landon Cobb, Nick Bloxham, McKinnon Limley, Cy Limley, Reed Ferguson, Connor Waters, Brad Limley, Camden Richardson, Jaden Welch, Noah Perry, and Jess Limley. May they reflect with pride on their season's accomplishments and a job well done. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Mr. Smithing moves that all members' names to H.R. 466. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
HR 1213 by Oliverson, recognizing AADC Deficiency Awareness Day.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to suspend all necessary rules and take up and consider. Oh, all right, already adopted. Sorry. Good morning. This resolution recognizes aromatic L-amino acid decarboxylase deficiency awareness day, also known as AADC, to focus attention on this rare disease and to help educate the community, physicians, and specialists about the symptoms and to facilitate early detection. AADC deficiency is a life-limiting, severely debilitating condition that impairs motor development, motor skills, growth, cognition, and language skills. It is often mistaken for other diseases like cerebral palsy, epilepsy, or autism, but through genetic and biochemical tests, the disease can be correctly diagnosed and managed. I encourage all Texans to learn more about this disease. I thank you for allowing me to recognize AADC Deficiency Awareness Day and to help inform the public and the medical community about the condition. Move adoption.
Okay. The chair recognizes Ms. Meza for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1462.
Members heard the motion. Objection, chair has none, so ordered. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
HR 1462 by Mesa, congratulating Iman Anwar on earning Master of Healthcare Administration and Master of Business Administration from Texas Women's University.
Chair recognizes Ms. Meza to explain the resolution.
Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. The objection, chair has none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolutions 1431 through 1442, which honor Plano ISD's Teacher of the Year.
Members heard the motion. The objection, chair has none, so ordered. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
HR 1431 by Shaheen, Madison Hawley. HR 1432 by Shaheen, Stephanie Gonzalez. HR 1433 by Shaheen, Sarah Vardabedian. HR 1434 by Shaheen, Lauren McKellar. HR 1435 by Shaheen, Jessica Lerner. HR 1436 by Shaheen, Melanie Lynn. HR 1437 by Shaheen, Jeremy Ellis. HR 1438 by Shaheen, Elizabeth Gaines. HR 1439 by Shaheen, Elizabeth Bender. HR 1440 by Shaheen, Katie Thompson. HR 1441 by Shaheen, Jeff Wolf. HR 1442 by Shaheen, Kristen Vogt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, these are the resolutions to recognize the outstanding Teachers of the Year of Plano ISD. Please join me in recognizing the dedication of these individuals set forth every day to build and educate the wonderful children of Plano ISD. Thank you, members. I move adoption.
Okay. The question occurs on the adoption of the resolutions. The objection, chair hears none. The resolutions are adopted.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to set a congratulatory memorial resolutions calendar for 9 a.m. Friday, May the 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to set a local consent and resolutions calendar for 9 a.m. Friday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, a parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I intend to seek recognition to withdraw House Bill 3996, the Robb Elementary Firearms Safety Act, from the House Select Committee on Community Safety and recommit it to a committee of the whole House with the instructions to favorably report the bill today, May the 8th, 2023, and to resolve into a committee of the whole House, is this the appropriate time to seek recognition?
Please bring your proposed motion down front and so we can visit with the parliamentarian. Thank you, Mr. Bryant.
Okay, this deal's about to be off.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson for a motion. Here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Insurance in a public hearing on Tuesday, May 9th at 8 a.m. in room E2.014 to consider Senate Bill 2476 by Zaffarini relating to consumer protections against certain medical and health care billing by emergency medical service providers.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Select Committee on Community Safety will meet today upon lunch recess in room E2.030 and a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, please take your seats for a memorial recognition. The chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, None of us prepare to respond to situations and tragedies like this. None of us can prepare or ever hope to have to make remarks in this chamber in response to these tragedies, but here we are today. I wanted to take this opportunity to respond to the horrific and tragic events that occurred in my hometown of Allen, Texas this weekend. Members, when I left here from the chamber at about 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon as we were finishing our business and boarded my flight home to Allen, I began receiving reports that there was an active shooter situation at the Allen Premium Outlets, about a mile from where I live in the city that I'm proud to represent, with Representative Plesa and Representative Noble in Allen, Texas. And by the time that I landed, 35 minutes later, it was confirmed that at that time, the lives of 6 Texans, 6 of my constituents, were lost. Now that number is at 9. There's still at least a few in critical condition in hospitals in Collin County. So I don't want to belabor the point this morning. Really, as I thought about what I would want to say here, there's really not a whole lot to say. We don't know much right now. I will tell you that law enforcement, I was on the scene. As I landed and got in my truck, I drove right to the scene and was blown away. Not surprised, but blown away at the heroic response. Saw it firsthand with my own eyes, the heroic response of our men and women in law enforcement. Over 18 law enforcement agencies, federal, state, and local, responded to this tragedy. They're still investigating. There's still a lot we don't know. And I want to allow time before responding, as we so often do in these situations, responding with talking points or reactions, political statements. There will be time for debates and deliberations and responses. But we want to, of course, and I will never apologize, nor should any of us apologize, for praying for our fellow Texans who are hurt, who right now in some cases are fighting for their very lives, who have in some cases lost everything, have had their lives upended. I'm not going to apologize or shy away from praying for and asking God to comfort them and to do what only our great God can do, and that's to supernaturally show up in our deepest times of hurt. I hope you'll join me. I know this body well enough to know that you will. So there's a lot we don't know, but one thing that I do know, and I'm in my 6th term now. I won't belabor the point. I'm in my 6th term in this house. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be doing this. It's been the blessing of my life to get to serve in this body with each of you and to stand here and to fight for my values and to advocate for my constituents. And for as long as I serve here in the Texas House, that's what I'm going to continue to do. But increasingly, I'm finding freedom in saying what I think. And so I'm going to say something this morning. There's a lot we don't know. But one thing I do know is that this is happening way too much. And it doesn't have to be this way. I don't have the answers. I don't have a bill in front of you. I'm not sure there are any bills in front of us this morning, this session, that could have prevented this. I don't know. But I do know that it doesn't have to be this way. And I also know that if there is any deliberative body anywhere in the world that can discuss and deliberate on these issues thoughtfully. All of the potential solutions that we discuss, if there's any deliberative body anywhere in the world that can do it, it's this House. I believe that with all my heart, and I hope that despite our disagreements, and we'll have them, and we welcome them, that we will respond boldly, swiftly, smartly, and that we will do everything that we possibly can to address this head on. I'm so grateful for our law enforcement. I'm grateful for our state leaders. Governor Abbott's leadership has been incredible, showing up in our community last night, our speaker, and committing the full resources of this House and state government. And members, I would ask that you can commit to praying with me for the victims and their families. I do know of one little boy. I don't know a whole lot about the victims right now, but I do know of one little boy. His name is William. William's in kindergarten, might be in first grade. He's young. And he's still in the hospital in critical condition as of the last I heard. And whenever he wakes up, of course, we're prayerful that he recovers. And if and when he does, he's going to find out that his mom and dad and his little sister are gone. So, members, I believe in a great God who meets us at the point of our need, who grants us wisdom when we ask for it. And I know that this body will ask for wisdom and will respond courageously. And Mr. Speaker, I would request that on behalf of the victims in my community in Allen, who I love serving, that we would observe a moment of silence in the Texas House.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks of Mr. Leach during his recognition are reduced to writing and placed in the House Journal.
Members, you heard the remarks. Member, you heard the motions. Objecting to chair, who's none, so ordered. Mr. Guerin moves the House stands recessed until 12:15 today. Is objecting to chair, who's none, the House stands recessed. The House will come to order. Members, we're about to go on the items eligible for consideration calendar. You should have a copy on your desk. The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I call up House Bill 2308 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 2308 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain these Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all the Senate did was added an amendment to clarify a definition that was in the bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur in Senate amendments.
Remember, the question occurs on concurrence with the Senate amendments to HB 2308. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Show Ms. Click voting aye. Slauson voting aye. Hull voting aye. Leo Wilson voting aye. Theory voting aye. Ms. Garvin Hawkins voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 0 nays, the House concurs with Senate amendments to HB 2308. Members, we're about to begin today's supplemental calendar. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3162. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3162 by click, waiting to advance directives, do not resuscitate orders, and healthcare treatment decisions made by on or behalf of certain patients, including a review of directives and decisions.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker, members, this is an agreed-to end-of-life bill. You have copies of the agreement on your desk. In 1999, the Texas legislature passed the Advanced Directives Act, found in Chapter 166 of the Health and Safety Code. In recent years, this chapter has drawn increased scrutiny. I got involved in this issue in 2003 when one of Mr. Goldman's constituents' father was undergoing this process and sought to reform it for the last 20 years. So we have an agreed-to bill, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3162. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Click voting aye. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 136 ayes and 1 nay. HB 3162 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3657. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3657 by Anchia, relating to notaries public, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 3657 strengthens record retention and notary education requirements that will be conducted by the Secretary of State's office, and it is designed to help with prosecutions of deed fraud. Happy to work with Texas Land Title Association and a number of different counties on this move passage.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 3657. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Have all members voted? There be 90 ayes, 49 nays. HB 3657 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3843. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3843 by Wilson, relating to a study and report by the Comptroller regarding toll project entities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3843 seeks to conduct a transparency study on toll project entities, and I do have a third reading amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It simply substitutes the Texas Department of Transportation Institute with Texas A&M in place of Comptroller. Move adoption.
Mr. Wilson says the amendment is acceptable. The author's objections to the adoption amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Wilson to close on the bill.
Move pass.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 3843. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3843 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2675. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2675 by Jatan, relating to the deposit of funds into court registries by the clerks of justice courts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2675 gives justice court clerks the authority to deposit funds awarded to minors in a court registry until they can be legally dispersed. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2675. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2675 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1803. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1803 by Rose, relating to the eligibility of certain individuals to purchase Medicare supplement benefit plans.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the bill.
Up here with you and show one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1803 would require all Medicare plans to be offered to every Medicare beneficiary, regardless of their age. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1803. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Rose voting aye, Mr. Patterson voting aye, Mr. Busey voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 102 ayes, 38 nays, HB 1803 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 5277. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5277 by Busey, relating to public access to criminal proceedings.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would ensure that magistration be accessible to the public. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 5277. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 138 ayes, 5 nays. HB 5277 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3443. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3443 by Canals, relating to adding designation on a person's driver's license or commercial driver's license indicating that the person is licensed to carry handguns.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this just allows you to place your CHL on your driver's license, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3443. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 143 ayes, 0 nays. HB 3443 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3026. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3026 by Oliverson, relating to the administration of prescription drug manufacturer third-party prescription assistance program.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3026 converts the Texas CARES Act from the previous session to a program that allows uninsured Texans to access the best discounted price on prescription drugs in Texas. Looking forward to saving over $1 billion in the years to come. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3026. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Dr. Oliverson voting aye. All members voting. There'll be 124 ayes, 16 nays. HB 3026 is finally passed. Is Ms. Johnson of Dallas on the floor of the House? The chair lays out on third reading HB 3771. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3771 by Johnson of Dallas, relating to the creation of the Employer Child Care Contribution Partnership Program administered by the Texas Workforce Commission, authorizing a civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This relates to the creation of Employer Child Care Contribution Partnership Program administered by the Texas Workforce Commission and authorizes a civil penalty.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3771. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Sanchia voting aye, Mr. Busey voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 83 ayes, 61 nays. HB 3771 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4419. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4419 by Goldman, relating to the promotion of film and television production in the state, including the eligibility of film or television productions for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program, the creation of a Film Events Trust Fund and a Film Production Tax Rebate Trust Fund, the establishment of virtual film production institutes, and the designation of media production development zones.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this bill will provide hundreds of thousands of jobs and millions of dollars of revenue to our state. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4419. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes, 21 nays, HB 4419 is finally passed. The chair leads out on third reading, HB 5005. The clerk read the bill.
HB 5005 by Cook relating to disclosure under the public information law of a motor vehicle license plate number captured in a video recording maintained by a law enforcement agency.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this says that license plates are no longer confidential and are not required to be redacted. Move passage.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 5005. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting on. Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes and 9 nays, HB 5005 is finally passed. The chair leads out on third reading, HB 2684. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2684 by Burns relating to the issuance of oversized or overweight permits for vehicle transporting agriculture commodities during or preceding a disaster.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burns to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This allows for an overweight trucking permit for ag products during a natural disaster. Move passage.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 2684. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Burns voting on. Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2684 is finally passed. The chair leads out on third reading, HB 3039. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3039 by Click relating to the dentist and dental hygienist compact authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Members, this bill will allow Texas to join the new dentist and dental hygienist pact. I move passage.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 3039. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Click voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Rosenthal voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 143 ayes and 1 nay. HB 3039 is finally passed. The chair leads out on third reading, HB 2542. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2542 by Raymond relating to the adoption of uniform rules for hours of work for certain county employees.
Members, we're waiting on an amendment. The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2542 would allow Webb County to adopt uniform rules for hours of work, and I believe there's an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leo Wilson.
The chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the amendment.
This just lowers the population so Galveston County can be included. Move adoption.
Ms. Leo Wilson sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Raymond to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 2542. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Raymond voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Rosenthal voting aye. There being 132 ayes, 10 nays. HB 2452 is finally passed. The chair leads out on third reading. HB 1696. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1696 by Buckley relating to the relationship between managed care plans and optometrists and therapeutic optometrists.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1696 seeks to ensure Texans have access to high-quality eye care from optometrists, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Buckley.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the amendment.
Members, this is a perfecting amendment. I move adoption.
Dr. Buckley sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final pass of HB 1696. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Rosenthal voting aye. There being 143 ayes and 0 nays, HB 1696 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1460. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1460 by Guillen, relating to axle weight limitations for certain vehicles transporting aggregates.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply allows commercial trucks to transport shifting loads of 15% weight tolerance on single and tandem axle weight limits. Move passage.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 1460. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Rosenthal voting aye. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 134 ayes, 7 nays. HB 1460 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1457. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1457 by Rosenthal, relating to required military informed care and military cultural competency training for certain personnel of entities that provide mental health services to veterans or veterans' families before award of a state agency grant.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1457 that passed unanimously through this House last session and yesterday will raise the standard of mental health care for our cherished veterans. I just want to thank my joint author veterans, Terry Wilson, Phil Cortez, and Josie Garcia. Move passage.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 1457. There's a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Rosenthal voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 124 ayes, 18 nays. HB 1457 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2302. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2302 by A. Johnson of Harris, relating to certain requirements for the operational component of a local workforce development board's local plan.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you. This bill will encourage local workforce boards to have strategic plans for workforce issues regarding 16 to 24-year-olds. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2302. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson and Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 98 ayes, 45 nays, HB 2302 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1977. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1977 by Morales Shaw, related to the creation of a pretrial intervention program for certain youth offenders, authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morales-Shaw to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. This is the bill we passed yesterday that creates a uniform program to give youth a second chance. I want to thank my JAs, Jeff Leach, Briscoe Kane, Joe Moody, and Mahela Plesa. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1977. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes, 57 nays. HB 1977 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2553. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2553 by Stuckey, relating to the treatment of a patient by a physical therapist without a referral.
The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2553 relates to the treatment of patients and gives 5 extra days before they have to have a referral. I move passage.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman
Yes,
yield for
I will.
questions. He yields.
Thank you, Dr. Stuckey. Do health plans cover direct access physical therapy services?
Do health plans cover physical therapy?
Direct access physical therapy.
And I'm not advised.
You're not?
No,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, my understanding is they don't, but do you know why that might be that they don't?
No, I don't. I think they ought to.
Okay. Is it possible it would be not coverable because of a concern about a potential misdiagnosis?
I wouldn't think so, because they've been under the direction of the board for the last 4 years and had 0 complaints. And the new physical therapists now today that are doctors of physical therapy, they're also trained in differential diagnosis treatment, different types of care, such as X-rays and MRI.
Okay. And I appreciate the fact that there haven't been any complaints, and you mentioned that the other day, and I certainly acknowledge that that's the case, but that's under this framework we have right now that's very limited, right? It's basically 20 days or less. Do I have that correct?
Well, I'd like it to be 20 days. It's only 15 right now. That's all this bill does is change it from 15 to 20 days.
15 right now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And so, and I think we could agree that physical therapists are, an important part of the healthcare system in providing treatment to patients in some circumstances. But you would also agree that they don't have the ability to diagnose an illness or an injury. Is that fair to say?
The doctor of physical therapy is trained in differential diagnosis and treatment, yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat
The
that?
doctors of physical therapy are trained in differential diagnosis. And that, again, that's why if they have an issue or they believe that a new patient may need x-rays, MRIs, CAT scans, blood work, that they're going to go ahead and refer that patient. And that's why they've had 0 complaints in 4 years.
Sure, but you would agree, I know you would agree because you have medical training. I mean, an x-ray is not the same as a diagnosis, right?
They're trained in differential diagnosis, so they know when they should treat and when they should move it on to somebody else who's qualified in that particular field.
Right. And while an x-ray is one tool to help with the diagnosis, at the end of the day, physical therapists do not make a medical diagnosis. Is that right?
They're trained in differential diagnosis, but I believe you're correct, but I would have to do some more research on that one.
Okay. Thank you for answering my question.
Yes, sir. Move passage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Allison in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I hate to get up here in contrast to my good friend Dr. Stuckey, but I think there's some information that as we developed in the exchange we had on Saturday, that Dr. Stuckey was not aware at the time that he filed the bill that there was an agreement that was worked out in 2019 between the Physical Therapy Association and practicing physicians that a number of us spent a good deal of time on, particularly Representative Menjares, who has decided not to come back this session. And I think that agreement is very important. And I'd hate to see us get in a situation where we work as a body between entities to work out an agreement, and then we find shortly down the road that it's essentially rescinded unilaterally. And what's important about this agreement is that it goes to patient safety. And it was done in good faith to try to reach a compromise between the conflicting views of the physicians, osteopaths, orthopedics, family practitioners, pediatricians, and the physical therapists. Physical therapists are divided really into 2 categories, you might say, depending on their extent of their training. And the agreement that was worked out, that I have right here, provided that those that were of the higher training level, that had gone to the extra mile to do the additional doctoral training, there'd be a period of 15 days that they could see a patient without a referral from a physician. The lesser ones that had not engaged in that extensive training, it'd be 10 days. What this bill attempts to do, or asks to do, is increase that to 20 business days across the board, regardless of the training. 20 business days equates to right at a month. That I think we put patient safety and well-being in serious jeopardy in certain situations. And that's what the agreement, and that's what the situation is attempting to avoid.
Dr. Oliver, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
He yields.
Representative Allison, I was listening to what you're speaking, and Mr. Speaker, could we have some order, please, sir?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
My understanding is you had an agreement in your hand. My understanding is that you were party of this agreement in 2019 when it was signed. Is that the case, sir?
I was part of the negotiations, yes.
In fact, if I remember correctly, you were one of the individuals that actually went to the stakeholders and insisted that they work together to come up with a compromise. Is that?
I did. I tried to broker
because
the deal.
You were
so to
on the
speak.
Public Health Committee at that time, as I recall?
Yes.
Okay. And so I guess my concern here, and I hope everybody is listening to this, my concern here is that when we bring these negotiated agreements to the body and we vote to approve them, we are essentially saying that the House gives its word that this agreement, this compromise, has a certain shelf life and it will be honored. And regardless of whether or not the member who authored the bill is currently in the chamber, because she's not, right?
That's correct.
That those agreements have some meaning. Now, it's my understanding that the agreement as written doesn't have a date stamp on it or says for a specific period. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But was it your understanding as being party and parcel to that agreement that there was supposed to be a period of time under which this agreement would take effect?
Well, that was certainly the tacit understanding, whether it's specifically in the agreement or not. That was certainly the tacit understanding that this resolved the situation and addressed what was proper patient care.
Yeah.
But still allowing for there to be treatment by a physical therapist without a referral for a short period of time that was reached in the agreement for 10 days for those that weren't as well trained as those that would be entitled to 15 days.
Right. And I suspect that, like me, I have certainly complete respect for my colleague in bringing a bill on behalf of a constituent and trying to address an issue that's important back home. I totally get that and fully support that, and I suspect you do as well.
Absolutely.
But I'm concerned about the message that it sends moving forward when we as lawmakers bring stakeholders together over the course of an entire session, and we've had several of those. We had a bill earlier that did that. And we say that this agreement has meaning for this body, and then less than 5 years later, we come back and we crumple that up and we throw it in the trash. And we say that the deal's off and we see an opportunity to get more. I think that is dishonorable and disrespectful to the body for stakeholders to do that. And I believe, and I don't know if you would agree with me, that we should hold the stakeholders' feet to the fire on this, because if no other reason, we set a precedent moving forward that whatever we agree to as a body has a shelf life of through the interim, and after that we throw it in the trash, and you can come back and start over again, which I don't know how we ever get any groups to agree to come together in the middle moving forward, whether they sign a piece of paper or not. Would you agree with that?
I agree with you.
Well, I appreciate you taking a stand on this. I'm going to be voting respectfully against this bill, not because I have anything against my colleague or what he's trying to do, but I'm concerned about the integrity of the body and the message that it sends moving forward, that our word doesn't mean anything in this body if this bill passes. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could just conclude.
Dr. Lalani, for a purpose.
Mr. Speaker, this gentleman will yield for questions.
The gentleman yield for questions.
Certainly.
He yields for questions.
Representative Ellison, you know medicine is science, but practice of medicine is art. And when we do the history and examinations and differential diagnosis, sometimes we require to put all the pieces of together and have suspicion we need diagnostic testing done. Did you know that without the ability to order or interpret simple x-rays, how does a physical therapist will capture non-displaced or minimally displaced fracture? A fracture like that clearly can have bad outcome if treated with physical therapy first.
Well, I'm not a physician, so I'll defer to you on that, but it certainly raises the concerns that are raised by this bill in contrast to the agreement, that those are the type of things that the physicians are concerned about, that there may be things that go undetected or that can't be reached by a physical therapist because they're not able to make medical diagnosis, not able to take x-rays or other imaging that may be so important for proper patient care.
So a lot of time we do rely on the diagnostics that we need to do to confirm our suspicion. And again, a similar case can happen that, did you know that the slipped capital femoral epiphysis is the most important hip disorder in adolescents? It often comes with limp or vague hip pain. However, if the condition needs immediate attention and surgery within 24 hours to maximize the outcome. Did you know that inappropriate institution of physical therapy without the diagnosis in such cases can risk catastrophic outcomes, including bone necrosis?
I do now.
Similarly, Representative Ellison, did you know that the shoulder calcific tendinitis can cause sudden onset of severe and persistent pain, but it is readily diagnosed on X-ray and quickly responds to the injection or oral medications? Did you know that physical therapy in this condition is usually not required, and the patient presenting directly to the physical therapist for this condition not only needlessly suffer, but they also risk unnecessary expenses?
Well, again, I'll defer to your expertise, doctor, but that was certainly an area and certainly a prime example of the concern that was expressed, the importance of staying with this agreement.
Thank you. And I also wanted to clarify, did you know a lot of members of the House have this confusion that this is limiting them from directly going to the therapist. This is not the case. They can go to the therapist, but we are limiting the number of days.
Absolutely.
And then they have to come back. If they don't get better, they have to come back to the doctor.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, respect the request, you're voting against this bill.
The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey to close on the bill.
Members, this is not about an agreement, and by the way, the agreement was made in 2019, and the verbal agreement was that for the next session, they would not bring this back up. Well, that was 2021. This is 2023. What this bill is about my constituents coming to me about not having access, a long enough access. And I heard Dr. Lalani talk about tendinitis, myositis, fasciitis. Those are all inflammatory processes that many times take more than 2 to 3 weeks to heal. What this bill does, and all it does, is add 5 days to what a doctor of physical therapy can treat a person before they go for a referral. And it lines up with 41 other states that are also doing that. I have talked to some of the stakeholders that have been involved, and they agree it was a one-session hold until they came back and discussed this. So I would appreciate your support. It's the right thing to do for access for the great people of the state of Texas, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2553. Strict enforcement has been requested. This is a record vote. You must vote from your desk, members. The clerk ring the bell. You must vote from your desk. You cannot vote from the dice. You may not vote for any other member other than yourself. Have all members voted? There being 42 ayes and 93 nays, HB 2553 fails to pass. The chair lays out on third reading, HB 4181. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4181 by Munoz, relating to an exemption from ad valorem taxation of the residence homestead of the surviving spouse of a military service member who is killed or fatally injured in the line of duty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Munoz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the enabling legislation for the HCR we passed regarding the property tax exemption for dual status military technicians. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4181. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Munoz voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes, 6 nays, HB 4181 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading, HB 3485. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3485 by Bell of Kaufman, relating to a contractor's or subcontractor's right to elect not to proceed with additional work under a contract.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3485 protects contractors, subcontractors when owners fail to issue formal change orders. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3485. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Bella Kaufman voting aye. Mr. Bella Montgomery voting aye. Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 138 ayes, 2 nays. HB 3485 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading, HB 3599. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3599 by Theory, relating to exemption from certain motor fuel taxes, foreign registration fees for motor vehicles owned by certain nonprofit food banks.
The chair recognizes Ms. Theory to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Ways and Means bill that we passed unanimously on Saturday. HB 359 provides an exemption from certain motor fuel taxes and registration fees for nonprofit food bank trucks with a minimum gross weight of 25,000 pounds and used for transportation of food items across the state during statewide emergencies and natural disasters. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3599. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 137 ayes, 6 nays. HB 3599 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading, SB 1013. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1013 by Hughes, relating to the franchise and insurance premium tax credit for the certified rehabilitation of certain certified historic structures.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply transfers the historic tax credit from Chapter 171 to Chapter 172 with no other substantive changes. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1013. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1013 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 604. The clerk read the bill.
SB 604 by King, relating to land services reform by Landman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a cleanup bill related to the definition of land work and activities performed by a landman. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 604. There's a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Mr. Hefner voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes, 13 nays, SB 604 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 840. The clerk read the bill.
SB 840 by West, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for assault of certain hospital personnel.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the Jackie Pokua and Katie Annette Flowers Act, which is passed in response to the terrible tragedy we had at Methodist Hospital and increases the criminal penalties for assault of health care workers and personnel. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 840. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bell. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 1 nay, SB 840 is finally passed. Members, we're moving on to postponed business. The chair lays out HB 4557 as a matter of postponed business. On second reading, the clerk will read the bill.
HB 4557 by Darby, relating to liability for capturing and storing carbon dioxide.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bryan, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute to House Bill 4557 on the grounds that the bill analysis is materially misleading because it violates Rule 4, Section 32C5 of the Texas Rules.
Please bring
Texas
your
House
point of order
Rules.
down front.
The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Darby for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, with great anticipation, after much delay for several days, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4557 until January 10, 2024 at 10 o'clock a.m., which is the anniversary of the Spindletop discovery. Move adoption.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out HB 2779 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2779 by Leach, relating to the compensation of a district judge and the associated retirement benefits of other elected state officials.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, our state, unfortunately, continues to lag and is way behind in the amount of compensation that we provide to our judges and our justices across the state. One of the keys to an effective judiciary is exceptional judges and excellent support staff. The bench is a cornerstone of our government and cannot afford to continue to lose talent due to a lack of appropriate compensation. Adequate compensation is key to recruit and maintain exceptional judges on the bench. We must maintain a strong, qualified, and independent judiciary, seeking qualified candidates, and to continue to retain those experienced judges on benches all across the state of Texas. And this bill helps to accomplish that goal. Members, Texas district judge salaries rank 41st compared to other states. We rank 23rd at the appellate level and 29th among the states for our high courts. This is unacceptable, and our judges deserve better, much better. House Bill 2779 in front of you now raises the annual base salary for a district judge from $140,000 to $172,494. This amount not only accounts for inflation since the last raise of the base pay, but it also provides a meaningful increase in salary. Members, before I get to, we've got a few amendments, including a couple of my own on this bill. Before I get to those, as you know, and I know members have been discussing today with me and with others, historically, part of the difficulty for this body, for the legislature to raise judicial salaries is that, as you know, and if you don't, you should know, that the base pay of a district judge is used to calculate elected class retirement benefits, including our own. This bill in front of you now severs that tie by removing the statutory connection to, quote, whatever the base pay is, close quote, in the statute, and instead places the current dollar amount that is used to calculate elected class retirement benefits at $140,000 into statute. Now, there is an amendment that's going to be coming up from Chairman King that I'll let him explain, but that will further address this issue. I know there are a lot of questions, maybe some concerns from some members, but I want to set the record straight before we ultimately vote on passage of the bill. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to believe I've got two amendments of my own.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, these two amendments together will clean up additional language at the request of ERS to align with the other changes in the bill related to elected class annuities for the new benefit group that was created last session. I move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment well, the amendment that I just explained was this amendment. So what I'm going to say now is for the amendment that I just explained. This amendment, one of these two amendments strikes Section 3 of the bill so that the, quote, adjusted from time to time, close quote, language for the calculation of annuities remains in place for JRS 1 only. I move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Leach sends up a different amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted.
Thank you. No, I don't need help.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Shaheen.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment makes a member of the legislature ineligible for retirement if they are expelled from the legislature. It's acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Shaheen sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. Is acceptable to the authors. Or objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
The amendment that was just adopted, is that forward-looking or is it actually retroactive as well, meaning that if somebody is expelled from the legislature, they lose their retirement in the past, or they're just going forward today?
The chair does not rule on the effect of amendments. Mr. Canales.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Gentlemen, yield for questions.
Mr. Canales, who do you wish to ask a question of?
I'll hold my question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King of Uvalde.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply puts the decision about whether or not the elected class retirement will be changed from that base of 140 into the hands of the Texas Ethics Commission. I believe is acceptable to the author.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to speak on the amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is one is important. I want to make a couple things very clear. I'm actually going to accept this amendment. I think this is great policy. And I thank Chairman King for bringing the amendment and for Chairman Bonin for working on this as well. To be very clear, when we vote on this bill in a second, if this bill is approved and if you vote for it, you are not giving yourself any sort of pay raise, any sort of compensation increase. Your pension is in no way raised whatsoever as we vote to raise the base pay of our judges. What this amendment does in a really creative way is to, going forward into the future, as I mentioned previously, one of the struggles in giving judicial pay raises is the natural and good concern of this body to not want to increase our own compensation. That's something that's good and something I certainly support. And if in fact this bill did raise our compensation, I would vote against my own bill, but it doesn't. What this amendment does is, going forward, will grant that authority to the Texas Ethics Commission. Not this legislature, will grant that Texas Ethics Commission, as they set our per diem every single session. They could also, for this elected class retirement benefits, the Texas Ethics Commission will also be granted authority to, as necessary, raise that with cost of living adjustments, but it will not be done by way of a vote of this body. So I'm going to accept the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. King sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dean.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the amendment.
Thank you, speakers. Members, this amendment simply includes county judges who hear state cases as well. I think it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Dean sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. To be clear, we're giving judges a pay raise with this bill. You are not giving yourselves a pay raise, and we are preventing any member who's been expelled from this body from having retirement benefits offered by the state of Texas. With that, move passage, and with that, I'm going to ask for a record vote.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2779. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all voted. There being 138 ayes, 2 nays, HB 2779 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2584. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1766. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1766 by Crate, relating to indemnification and duties of real property appraisers under certain government contracts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, it's a simple bill. A few years ago, we granted engineers some ability to be excused from liability for changes that the county would make on contracts. This just brings in appraisers so that they have those same protections. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1766. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 1766 is passed the third reading. Representative Paul moves to lay House Bill 2584 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out HB 2402 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2402 by Moody, relating to eligibility of certain at-risk developments to receive low-income housing tax credits.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a definitional change as the arena shifts. There are projects that should qualify for the at-risk set-aside but don't currently because of definitions, so it updates those two definitions. There are literally hundreds of projects in Texas that could benefit from this, and at the same time, the developers who do this good work are also able to keep their projects profitable. So everybody wins across the state. And I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 2402. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all voted? There being 80 ayes, 61 nays, HB 2402 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 3600 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3600 by Price relating to the establishment of the Texas Multimedia Production Program, providing tax credits, authorizing fees.
Chair recognizes Mr. Price for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3600 until Thursday at 9 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 4921. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2158. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2158 by King relating to the establishment of an adult education pilot program for certain inmates of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this relates to an establishment of an adult education pilot program by the Wyndham School District, which services our incarcerated people, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 2158. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 2158 is passed to third reading. Representative Murr moves to lay House Bill 4921 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3289. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1893. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1893 by Birdwell relating to prohibiting the use of certain social media applications and services on devices owned or leased by governmental entities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, HB 3289 is intended to safeguard the security of state agency information and critical infrastructure from social media applications or services that pose a risk to the state. Move adoption.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1893. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 1893 is passed to third reading. Representative Anderson moves to lay House Bill 3289 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 1192. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 371. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 371 by Eckhart related to the Texas Armed Services Scholarship Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that we voted out unanimously from this body last session. Unfortunately, it died in the Senate, but good news, this time we have a Senate bill to work with. The Texas Armed Services Scholarship Program, as you all know, encourages students to complete a baccalaureate degree program and become commissioned officers in the United States Armed Services or the state or National Guards. And it's a program that I think a lot of us have taken advantage of to give a deserving student in our districts a valuable scholarship. Currently, though, the program's requirement that students complete 4 years in ROTC may discourage high school students who plan to graduate from college in less than 4 years, whether it's because they have dual credit already earned or advanced placement courses, or for whatever reason they're trying to get out in less than 4 years. So this bill makes it clear that the scholarship recipients who graduate in less than 4 years are still eligible for a scholarship and will not have their scholarships converted into loans by requiring simply the students complete a year of ROTC training for each year that they receive this scholarship, up to a maximum of 4 years. Also, the bill requires the coordinating board to provide information regarding the recommended and minimum number of years of ROTC credit required for each military entity covered by the program, ensuring that we increase participation without compromising military preparedness. This is a great program. This bill makes it stronger, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 371. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 371 is passed to third reading. Representative Turner moves to lay House Bill 1192 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3486. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1887. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1887 by West relating to the requirements of the early college education program and the transfer of course credit among public institutions of higher education.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 4 years ago, we passed Senate Bill 25, which improved transferability between four-year schools and two-year to four-year schools. This bill, SB 1887, builds on the progress we made under Senate Bill 25 by enhancing the transfer experience for students by amending parts of the Education Code. This bill defines degree and certificate programs and requires early college high schools to enroll participating students in programs that result in either an applied associate's degree or an academic associate degree with a completed field of study. The goal of this change is to ensure that every student who completes an early college high school does so with an associate's degree that will be either directly applicable to the workforce or will lead towards a more advanced degree. The bill also aligns statute with current practices regarding the structure of fields of study by allowing institutions to prescribe and publish a set amount of courses specific to that field of study in a manner easily accessible to students. The bill moves the annual due date for the report of non-transferable credit and another report from March 1st to May the 1st to allow the coordinating board some more flexibility. And the bill also ensures accountability for students and institutions in the dispute resolution process for denied transfer credit hours and requires institutions where a student completes a field of study and other courses related to their degree to be awarded a Texas Direct Associate degree, which is shown on the student's transcript, and that can be applied to one or more universities. Finally, the bill permits a community college to approve a core curriculum of less than 42 semester credit hours, subject to coordinating board approval, to ensure that students are not exclusively taking math and science courses during their later years in a program. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1887. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 1887 is passed to third reading. Representative Turner moves to lay House Bill 3486 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemp Hill for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures to meet while the House is in session today at 2:30 p.m. in room 1W14, the Ag Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures will meet today at 2:30 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on General Investigating will meet today at 2 p.m. in room E2.012 in a formal meeting to consider committee business.
The chair lays out HB 4713 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4713 by PLISA relating to group health benefit plan coverage for early treatment of first episode psychosis.
The chair recognizes Ms. PLISA to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4713 addresses mental health care for children battling first episode psychosis, also known as FEP. When left untreated, patients are 15 times more likely to commit homicides in our state. House Bill 4713 reduces future psychiatric hospitalizations by treating FEP early and aggressively with increased coverage for children that go into provided contracted by HHSC. This bill would affect 1,000 Texas children annually with no fiscal impact to the state and gives the chamber a chance to stand up for mental health in our state and support the governor in his ongoing efforts to increase coordinated specialty care. I'd like to thank my joint authors, Chairman Oliverson, Chairman Floor Price, Tony Rose, the only mental health professional.
Mr. Hayes, for what purpose?
And Marianne Pettis.
Thank you,
Can I have
Mr. Speaker. I rise to make 2 points of orders on House Bill 4713. First, under Rule 8, Section 1, the bill caption is inaccurate, and under Rule 4, Section 32, the bill analysis is substantially misleading.
Please bring your point of orders down front. The points of order are withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is very simple and straightforward. It simply takes the bill from being mandatory and makes it permissive. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Plisa to close on the bill.
Members, this is our opportunity to stand with the governor of our state and do something about mental illness. This bill will cover 1,000 children with the most severe mental illness in our state, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4713. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Plisa voting aye. Show Mr. Price voting aye. Show Mr. Smith voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Show Miss Bowers voting aye. Show Mr. Wally voting aye. Have all voted? There being 81 ayes, 54 nays, HB 4713 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out HB 4402 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4402 by Bell of Kaufman relating to the changes to the high school graduation requirements and accountability rating system for assessing campuses and district performance.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill strives to create an academic accountability system for grades 3 through 8 that is not solely focused on standardized testing, but instead takes into account the totality of a student's opportunities and successes in a well-rounded educational program. This bill codifies through-the-year testing for grades 3 through 8, replaces benchmark testing, requires a weighted summative score, and adds new indicators for domains 1 and 3. HB 4402 is necessary to ensure that kids, campuses, and school districts are not judged by one test taken on one day. Mr. Speaker, I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bell of Kaufman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain the amendment.
Members, this is a perfecting amendment that ensures all new indicators applying beginning with the 27-28 school year, substitutes successful completion of middle school CTE courses for the student and parent satisfaction survey included, and requires TEA to continue using the current CCMR cut score of 60 for the 2022 and 2023 accountability A through F ratings. Move adoption.
Mr. Bell of Kaufman sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Allison.
The chair recognizes Mr. Allison to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply provides that enrollment in JROTC programs or Leadership Officer Training Corps program provide entitlement to career and technology education credit and also demonstrate military readiness. And I believe it's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Allison sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Metcalf.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, on page 3, line 10, by striking 1 and substituting 3, this is a bill we passed a couple weeks ago. I believe it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Metcalf sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment seeks to allow a writing portfolio assessment to be an alternative to the standardized reading and English 1 and English 2 assessments. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Ms. Zwiener sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4402. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Have all voted? Show Ms. Niave voting aye. There being 126 ayes, 11 nays, HB 4402 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3544. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 380. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 380 by Zafirania, by payment of certain court costs associated with interpreters.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This bill clarifies our statutes related to court interpreters and the costs associated with them. Right now, what's supposed to happen is that when someone needs an interpreter and files an affidavit of inability to pay, the court is supposed to provide one. However, the way that the law is currently drafted, some courts have simply just not done that, which is an enormous access to justice issue. So Senate Bill 380 makes the procedures here clear and also provides some new reporting mechanisms to make sure we know how often interpreters are being used and at what cost. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 380. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all voted? There being 115 ayes, 18 nays, SB 380 is passed to third reading. Representative Moody moves to lay House Bill 3544 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out HB 3545 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3545 by Moody relating to civil liability arising from a firearm hold agreement.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what House Bill 3545 does, it says when an FFL enters into a firearm hold agreement with someone, the FFL is immune from liability for injury or death when they return someone's weapon unless the FFL breaks the law or is grossly negligent. This is much needed service we want to encourage, and giving FFLs some protection does that. This is pro-safety, pro-gun, and pro-business all in one. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3545. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 3545 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1585. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1585 by Guerin relating to matters affecting the powers and duties of the Texas Ethics Commission.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1585 until Tuesday at 9 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Members, we're waiting on an amendment. The chair lays out on second reading HJR 141. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 141 by Guillen, proposing a constitutional amendment relating to the taxation of assets used to begin production on agricultural land.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this exempts farm inputs such as fertilizer, feed, pesticides, weaned animals, and any other asset used to produce crops or farm outputs from property taxes, and we do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Sweener to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment just allows a rainwater harvesting system to be exempted from ad valorem taxation. I believe it's acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Sweener sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to close on the resolution.
I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of HJR 141. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 129 ayes, 2 nays, HJR 141 is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HJR 169. The clerk will read the bill.
HJR 169 by Clardy, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the dedication of certain sales and use tax revenue to a special fund established in the state treasury to pay for water infrastructure in the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Joint Resolution 169 proposes to establish a new water fund, the Texas Water Fund, within the Texas Constitution. The fund shall be administered by the Texas Water Development Board and will be used for water infrastructure projects. Proposes to dedicate the collection of certain sales tax revenue to the Texas Water Fund. If approved by the Texas voters, it would establish a stable, predictable revenue stream for addressing Texas' long-term water infrastructure needs, and I move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of HJR 169. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 127 ayes, 5 nays, HJR 169 is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2644. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2644 by Craddock, relating to the definition of qualified employee for purposes of the Enterprise Zone Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Craddock to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, what this does is change the definition of qualified employee under the Texas Enterprise Zone Program and allows for 50 miles from the business site. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2644. Although this is a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 121 ayes, 14 nays, HB 2644 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 381. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 381 by Thompson of Harris, relating to the applicability of the death penalty to a capital offense committed by a person with an intellectual disability.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill that we have passed before, and it's a procedural bill for the court. What this bill involves is in those cases in which a death penalty cases be tried and the issue of intellectual disability is raised, we want to hold a pre-trial hearing. Why? Because it costs about $200,000 to hold a pretrial hearing and make a determination as whether or not the person actually falls within the ambit of an intellectual disability person. If they do, the district attorney knows that they are trying a case that if a person is found guilty, that they would be getting life without parole. If they are not, they know they will be trying a case for death penalty. A death penalty case costs about $2 million per case, per individual. And this is a matter that we can resolve. Going in, we save the county money. It's a judicial process in which I think that the courts has told us many times that we ought to be doing. And I think this is something that we can get behind as we have done before, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 381. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 381 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1583. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1583 by Burrows, relating to the Terry Memorial Hospital District.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a local bill that brings the statute to reflect a court order that was agreed to over 25 years ago. It really doesn't do anything. Thank you.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1583. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1583 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2102. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2102 by Goldman, relating to the establishment of a new open enrollment charter school campus by certain charter holders into the expansion of an open enrollment charter school.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this changes the application notification for charter schools from 18 months to 36 months in advance, and apparently there's a record vote. So,
the question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2102. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all voted? There being 103 ayes, 25 nays, HB 2102 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2313. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2313 by Thompson of Harris, relating to training materials for certain transportation network company drivers regarding human trafficking awareness and prevention.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that involves human trafficking trainers for Uber drivers. If anybody who's able to determine whether or not a person may be being trafficked, these persons would be able to do so. So we move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2313. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2313 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1754. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1754 by Smithy relating to the disclosure of certain prescription drug information by a health benefit plan.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1754 until Tuesday at 10 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3340. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3340 by Metcalf related to relief and retirement funds for firefighters and police officers in certain municipalities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3340 amends the governing statutes of the Houston Firefighters Relief and Retirement Fund and the Houston Police Officers Pension System to simplify and align participation requirements in the respective Deferred Retirement Option Plan, better known as DROP, to have increased public safety and officer recruitment and retention. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3340. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 3340 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 618. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 502. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 502 by Hughes related to the treatment, recycling for beneficial use or disposal of drill cuttings.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 502 is a cleanup bill to legislation we passed in 2015 to ensure the safe recycling of certain oil and gas byproducts for beneficial use, such as road building. 502 fixes confusion in the current law. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 502. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 502 is passed to third reading. Representative Darby moves to lay House Bill 618 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1190. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1190 by Click relating to the prescribing and ordering of Schedule II controlled substances by certain advanced practice registered nurses and physician assistants.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows methadone to be prescribed by APRNs and PAs in a narcotic treatment program, and it allows a pharmacy outside of a hospital to fill prescriptions authorized under Section 157.0511. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1190. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1190 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1614. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1614 by Dutton relating to eligibility for free pre-kindergarten programs in public schools of certain children who are eligible for the subsidized child care program administered by the Texas Workforce Commission.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemp Hill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1614 establishes a grant program administered by TEA to cover 3,500 pre-K students that are currently caught in an eligibility gap. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1614. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King of Hemp Hill voting aye. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all voted? There being 88 ayes, 44 nays, HB 1614 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1694. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1694 by Button relating to a local option election on the sale of alcoholic beverages in certain areas of the municipality and the local regulation of premises in those areas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1694 would authorize the City of Garland to hold a local option election to create a zone to permit alcohol sales to help encourage economic development.
Mr.
Move
Bryant, for what
passage.
purpose?
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 1694 under Rule 4, Section 32C on the grounds of bill analysis of materially misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Button to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1694. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 1694 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2164. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2164 by Guerra, relating to the monitoring of public school bilingual education and special language programs for the Texas Education Agency.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the bill directs the TEA to develop a more robust monitoring system to review bilingual education programs. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2164. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2164 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2333. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2333 by Allison, relating to non-charitable trust without an discernible beneficiary.
The chair recognizes Mr. Allison to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2333 pertains to protection and maintaining the continuation of closely held businesses where there's no family or others to carry on and there's no designated beneficiary. It tacks on to the perpetuities rule that we passed last session to provide a lengthier period of time to accomplish this, and it's accomplished through a trust enforcer. The experts in this area are in agreement, as shown in the daily report on your desks. This is a good bill. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2333. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2333 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2389. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2389 by Shine, relating to companies in which employees have ownership interest through employee stock ownership plans.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shine to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 2389 gives professional corporations the freedom to transition into an employee stock ownership plan if they choose. The bill also creates a state website that will provide information and other resources to corporations on ESOPs. And I have one friendly amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Shine.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shine to explain the amendment.
And members, this amendment will add contract consideration for ESOPs and employee-owned companies. Move passage.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
No, on the bill, not the amendment.
Mr. Shine sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Shine to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yield for question.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Shine, I noticed that there were two individuals representing the Texas Association of Mexican American Chambers of Commerce that lodged opposition to this bill. What was the basis of their opposition?
Their concern was that it did not address the hubs, so we made it strictly for professional corporations and not deal in that arena at all.
So the issue that they raised, it's your statement to the body that's been addressed in the bill?
Yes, it has with the substitute.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2389. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2389 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3130. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3130 by Guerra, relating to the protection of certain occupational licensing information regarding clients of family violence shelters, victims of trafficking shelter centers, and sexual assault programs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill protects survivors of family violence, domestic violence, and sexual assault who hold or who have held a past or state occupational license. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3130. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 3130 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3186. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3186 by Leach, relating to youth diversion strategies and procedures for children accused of certain fine-only offenses in municipal and justice courts and related criminal justice matters, authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, experts believe that youth diversion consisting of early identification and intervention is key to decreasing recidivism, reducing the level of system involvement, lowering long-term costs, helping youth and their families access needed services and programs, and importantly, reducing the burden on our justice system. The focus of this bill in front of you today, House Bill 3186, is to increase opportunities for early identification and for redirecting children accused of many lower-level offenses. And with that, members, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3186. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 3186 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2415. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2415 by Kimple, relating to the view of the state capitol.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kimple to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This 2415 removes the height restrictions of the view corridor to allow the University of Texas to add on to DKR Memorial Stadium. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2415. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 2415 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2650. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2650 by Howard, relating to the continuation and duties of the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force and establishment of mandatory training program for peace officers on responding to reports of child sexual abuse and adult sexual assault.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2650 until 9 a.m. Wednesday, May 10.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2859. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1243. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1243 by Huffman, relating to the franchise tax treatment of certain broadband grants made for the purposes of broadband deployment in the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1243 ensures that any federal funds made for the purpose of broadband deployment are not subject to the state franchise tax. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1243. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all voted? There being 120 ayes, 10 nays, SB 1243 is passed to third reading. Representative Ashby moves to lay House Bill 2859 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3241. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3241 by Gann, relating to the exemption of certain assets used for agriculture production from property taxes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is enabling legislation for the constitutional amendment we passed earlier to exempt farm inputs such as fertilizer, feed, pesticides, weaned animals, and any other asset used to produce crops or farm inputs from property or farm outputs from property taxes, and we do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is just a conforming amendment for the changes we made to the HJR to include rainwater systems in the ad valorem tax exemption. I move adoption.
Ms. Weiner sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to close on the bill.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3241. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 3241 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3363. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3363 by Frank related to the confinement or detention of certain individuals in a county jail or other facility operated by or for the county, into the compensation to the county for the cost of all that confinement or detention.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill requires the state to reimburse counties for the care of 4 different classes of inmates who should already be in the state's custody if we don't take possession of them within the 45 days. At the end of the day, the state is being appropriated money. Often they're not hiring the people, and so this essentially says if the county is being forced to do the state's job, the state will use that money and will reimburse the counties. Your counties will love it, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3363. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 3363 is passed to engrossment. Is Dr. Oliverson on the floor of the House? The chair lays out on second reading HB 3848. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3848 by Oliverson relating to health maintenance organization and preferred provider benefit plan minimum access standards for non-emergency ambulance transport services delivered by emergency medical services providers, providing administrative penalties.
The chair welcomes Dr. Oliverson and recognizes him to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Last session, Senator Zaffarini passed Senate Bill 790, which required the Texas Department of Insurance to conduct a study on ground ambulance billing practices in collaboration with the Texas Department of State Health Services. That study found that less than 15% of ground ambulance transports were in network, leading to higher costs and higher out-of-pocket costs for consumers. House Bill 3848 seeks to address this issue by requiring the Department of Insurance to develop minimum access standards for non-emergency ambulance transports under both Chapters 843 and Chapters 1301 of the Texas Insurance Code. And with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3848. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 3848 is passed to engrossment. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 49, SB 593, SB 929, SB 1332, SB 1469, SB 1615, SB 1741, SB 2171, SB 423, SB 1002, SB 1170, SB 1222, SB 1425, SB 1509, SB 1523, SB 1563.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 4169. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4169 by Price relating to providing pre-vocational services under certain Medicaid waiver programs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, until March of this year, a pre-vocational training service program allowed individuals with IDD to work for contracted businesses under a type of service called DAHAB. Rehabilitation was recently discontinued by the Health and Human Services Commission to comply with interpretations of new federal regulations and was replaced with a new type of service called ISS, or Individualized Skills and Socialization. Unfortunately, the new ISS regulations adopted by HHSC disallow some of the individuals who have been participating in pre-vocational work from continuing to do so. This bill directs HHSC to include pre-vocational services as part of ISS, or authorize HHSC to create a new type of service to ensure that this population of individuals can continue to receive pre-vocational services while receiving some compensation. And I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Price.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment will help HHSC determine if resources are being used effectively and efficiently to achieve the desired outcomes for the recipients of the pre-vocational services. It's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Price sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Price to close on the bill.
Members, the goal of this bill is simply to ensure that IDD individuals may continue to receive pre-vocational services to work to earn some compensation, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of HB 4169. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and HB 4169 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3614. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 763. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 763 by Middleton relating to allowing school districts to employ chaplains to perform the duties of school counselors.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 763, that's what we're on, right? Okay. Will simply provide an avenue for those with proven skills in advice and mediation chaplains to serve at a Texas public school without needing to be recertified by the state. And I believe we have some amendments.
Is this the one you're taking?
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Tallarico.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this first amendment that we have provides a definition for chaplains, and it would define chaplains as a person who is endorsed by an organization and recognized by the United States Department of Defense, the Federal Bureau of Prisons, or the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. And I believe that this
Mr.
one
Speaker.
is acceptable to the office.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Tallarico. I think it's so important that you are proposing an amendment to create some guardrails, just like we have guardrails for everybody we let into our schools to interact with our children. That's what you're doing with this amendment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we know that there are some unscrupulous characters who don't have our kids' best interests at heart, and we want to ensure that those people aren't having access to our kids in our schools, inside our schools. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
I appreciate your amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I move adoption.
Mr. Talarico has the amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption. Amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
I rise to call point of order against further consideration of this amendment pursuant Rule 11, Section 6.
Mr. Toth, the amendment was adopted and is accepted by the author. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment. Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to call point of order on the bill.
Mr. Toth, we're on the amendment. As soon as we take this amendment, you can call your point of order on the bill. The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply says that public funds for public education should stay in the public realm, that if these chaplains are to be compensated, it should come from private sources, come from private organizations, and we should not use public monies to compensate religious services. Move adoption.
Mr. Wu sent an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Members, thank you. This just completely messes up the purpose of the bill. We want schools, if they so choose, to be able to hire chaplains or accept them as volunteers. And so I ask you to oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill itself says these are volunteers. Now, I'm not sure what everyone's definition of volunteer is, but to me, volunteer is someone who does not accept compensation for what they're doing. If we're now saying that, no, we actually intended to compensate these chaplains to do this work, then they're not really volunteers, are they? So if you want this bill to say that these are actually volunteers who are giving their time and efforts for free to help schools and help students, then you need this amendment. If not, then we are saying that these are not volunteers in reality. I urge you to vote yes on the amendment.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose? Mr. Wu sent an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King Hempel voting nay, Mr. Hefner voting nay, Mr. Wu voting aye, Mr. Talarico voting aye, Mr. Toth voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 59 ayes, 77 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Talarico.
The chair recognizes Mr. Talarico to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would require parental consent before a child can meet with the chaplain on campus. This session has been all about parental rights, so this would just ensure that parents are protected in this process, and before they meet with a school chaplain, they would have to receive that parental consent.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I
Gentleman
yield.
yields.
Thank you. Appreciate your amendment about parental consent. We know, especially when it comes to religion, we should defer to parents for that permission when it comes to having that kind of access to our kids. Is that the aim of your amendment?
Yes, that's what I believe. I think that's what most members of the body believe.
Another part to your amendment that I really appreciate is the standards for conduct for a chaplain. We want to ensure that all faiths are appreciated and welcomed by this chaplain who stands in a position of authority in our schools, and that chaplain refrains from proselytizing or imposing the chaplain's values or beliefs or religion on a student. That's what your amendment says. Isn't that correct?
That's right. This amendment does not gut this bill. This amendment does not undermine this bill. All we're trying to do is add some belts and suspenders to this bill and make sure there are appropriate guardrails to protect our students. Like with many things, we require parental consent before a child can participate in a program or meet with a certain adult on campus. We're just applying those same guardrails to this legislation.
I appreciate those guardrails, especially because one of the groups that came before our committee that was pushing for this bill was a group that has as its stated purpose to enhance, quote, his presence by infiltrating the system and supporting Christians functioning and operating inside the school system, which I believe to be unconstitutional and not appreciated as a parent, that our schools would be indoctrinating our kids on any kind of religion. And so I appreciate that. The second part that I have seen of this organization that's pushing this bill, it says from their profile on their website, the strategy is simple: leverage one of the largest networks on the earth, the existing school system, and utilize government funding along with your donation to teach Jesus in the classroom. That's unconstitutional, isn't it, Representative Tallarico?
I believe it is, and I think we should all be concerned with any organization whose stated purpose is to infiltrate our public schools. Like many of you, I believe education should be about just that, education, and not indoctrination. And I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I think we can trust our school districts to make the decisions on the regulations that they'll put on our chaplains. We currently don't do these kind of regulations on our school counselors, and this has in here for the Department of Education to establish regulations, and I want to leave it with the school districts.
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for
the
some
gentleman
questions?
yield for questions.
Sure.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Hefner, I want to thank you. You and I have engaged in good faith, thoughtful conversations about this legislation. Consider you a friend and thankful that you've engaged with me on those conversations. I know we agreed on the First Amendment that we added. The Second Amendment you're opposing, and I just want to try to understand why you're opposing it and have that conversation in front of the body. Are you aware of the National School Chaplains Association?
I've heard of them.
They testified in favor of the bill both in the House and in the Senate. Have they helped you at all with this bill?
We had several different people supply input that we talked to. I don't remember those specifically.
Are you aware that the stated purpose of this organization is, quote, to enhance his presence by infiltrating the system and supporting Christians functioning and operating inside the school systems?
I'm not advised. What I'm aware of is that what this bill does is allow school districts to determine whether or not they want to allow chaplains as hired or volunteer personnel.
And I appreciate that that's your purpose. I'm worried about the organizations that may try to take advantage of this, including any organization that's attempting to, quote, infiltrate our public schools.
That's why this bill is permissive and would allow the school boards to establish their own rules.
And that's why a few moments ago we added another amendment that was acceptable to you, which would define what a chaplain is to be in alignment with the Department of Defense standards. Is that correct?
Correct.
And thank you for accepting that amendment. Representative Hefner, do you think we should encourage the infiltration of our public schools?
I think we need to give our school districts every tool that we can in the toolbox with all that we've been experiencing with mental health issues and catastrophes and crises. Our schools need to have every tool available to them, and this is just another tool.
I want to ask about the amendment that's before us, which requires parental consent before a student can meet with a chaplain. I know, Representative Hefner, that you are a champion for parental rights, so I'm just curious why requiring parental consent before a student can meet with a chaplain is not acceptable to you in this legislation.
Well, we currently do not require parental consent for them to meet with school counselors. And again, school districts will be free to establish any kind of rules and regulations regarding how the chaplains would conduct themselves.
Do you
and
believe a chaplain has the same qualifications as a school counselor?
I don't know that they would be performing all of the duties that a school counselor does, but I do believe they're quite qualified to help with life issues and challenges that may be facing our students and teachers. And so I think they'd be more than qualified to fill these roles.
So to be a school counselor in Texas, you have to have a master's degree. Are we requiring that school chaplains have a master's degree in this bill?
I don't believe so.
School counselors have to teach in Texas public schools for 2 years in a classroom before they can be a school counselor. Are we requiring that chaplains teach in a classroom for 2 years before becoming a school chaplain?
In the definition of the chaplains that we had before, chaplains go through extensive training through all kinds of issues that they deal with. And again, like I say, this is permissive. Schools can require what they see fit.
So, Representative Hefner, I agree that some chaplains go through extensive training. As you know, I'm a student currently at Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary, where I'm studying alongside students who are going to become chaplains in our hospitals and our prisons and our armed forces. They are getting a master's degree in divinity and going through extensive courses in counseling and training for counseling. But I want to clarify that not all chaplains have to go through that type of rigorous training. In fact, I'm looking at the website of the organization I mentioned earlier, National School Chaplains Association. They admit on their website that the training is, quote, minimal. It includes a 48-hour program that's equivalent to 1 college credit. That doesn't sound extensive to me. Does it sound extensive to you, Representative Hefner?
Well, a school could very well require their chaplain to become a board-certified chaplain. And some of the requirements there are essential requirements for certification include endorsement from your faith tradition, a master's degree from accredited theological school, at least 4 units of CPE, post-training, clinical pastoral experience, preparation of clinical materials, and face-to-face appearance before a certification committee. So there again, I want to make sure that we're making it clear that everybody knows that the schools may choose to do this or not, and that they can put whatever rules and regulations in place that they see fit.
So why don't we add to your legislation that chaplains have to meet those high standards before dealing with our students or serving our students in Texas public schools?
Because I think, just to be blunt with you, I think we can trust the school boards to do that right there.
Representative Hefner, part of the amendment that you're opposing would require school chaplains to undergo a background check.
Can you repeat that, Representative Tallarico?
Members, please take your conversation outside the rail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hefner, the amendment that you're opposing, my amendment, would require chaplains to undergo a background check, which is required for most of the adults who work in our public school system. Is there a reason that you're opposing that part of the amendment?
Again, I trust my school boards to make those decisions. Your amendment also requires that the Education Commissioner and the TEA establish rules of conduct, and I'd rather see that happen at the local level.
So you don't want to require in your bill that chaplains have to undergo a background check?
I want to leave it to the schools to make those decisions, school boards.
And just to make sure I'm clear, because we've talked a lot about parental rights, you don't want to mandate that schools have to receive parental consent before...
Representative Tallarico, I have full faith and trust in our school boards to put regulations in place that would keep our kids from being exposed to dangerous people.
I appreciate that, Representative Hefner. I think my primary concern is that by not putting these guardrails in this piece of legislation that we're going to add our name to, that will allow organizations like the National School Chaplains Association, whose stated purpose is to infiltrate our system, to take advantage of your legislation and infiltrate our public schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
The gentleman yield for a couple questions.
Just a couple.
Yes, just a couple. And I want to get to the text of the bill if we could. The first is it says that a school or a district can hire a chaplain. Does that mean that each campus would be limited to one?
No, we dug into that, Representative Bernal, because I was concerned about that a little bit. But from my understanding, that they would not be limited to a single chaplain. And I wanted to make sure that the schools could have as many as they thought was necessary.
And so my second question then would be, under your bill, is it possible that any campus could replace all of their counselors with just chaplains? Could you have campuses where the only support employee on site is a chaplain, but not a counselor or a social worker or a school psychologist or a family specialist?
The way this bill is drafted, and the intent of the bill is to allow the schools the option to have chaplains in place of or alongside the counselors.
So just to be clear then, and I want to make this clear to the body, that the answer then, and this is not a gotcha moment, but the answer then is yes, that the way that the bill is crafted, a school board could opt to have no counselors, no family specialists, no school psychologists, and replace them entirely with chaplains.
Representative Bernal, I trust our schools to make the right decisions in those areas. I don't think they would do that. And I think we ought to trust our school boards and superintendents a little bit more than that to make the right decision here.
And I believe that you believe that, and I have no doubt that the vast majority of districts would do that. But I guess my question is, theoretically, that is possible. It is possible that
I guess if the schools thought that that was a necessary thing, they could make that decision.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, I noticed.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment is being brought forward in good faith. I'm not trying to undermine Representative Hefner's bill, not trying to gut his bill. I'm trying to put in place common sense guardrails on this piece of legislation to ensure we are protecting parents and protecting kids. Like I said, we have done a lot of talk about parental rights during this session. We have passed legislation requiring parental consent for a lot less than meeting with a religious official on campus. I can't find a reason why we wouldn't require parental consent for a student to meet with a religious official in one of our public schools. We had, maybe until tomorrow, we had a member of this body who was a youth minister. I would hope we would submit any person like that to a background check before meeting with our school officials or with our students, and that's what this amendment does. I urge you to vote yes on the amendment.
Mr. Tallarico sends an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Tallarico voting aye, Mr. Hefner voting nay, Mr. Toth voting nay, Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 61 ayes and 76 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple, common sense addition to this bill. This bill allows people of faith to work in their schools. All this is saying that, hey, we recognize that not only do we have a diversity of faiths in this state, but there's a diversity of denominations within our faith. And there may be students who say, like, look, I want to talk to somebody, but I want to talk to somebody within my own denomination, whether that be a Catholic priest or a Muslim imam or a Jewish rabbi. They should have the ability to request it. And all this amendment says is, hey, if a teacher or a student requests this, please allow them to bring in somebody else that they're comfortable with.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner in opposition to the amendment.
It's clear in the bill and that chaplains do not push certain denominations, so this is not necessary, and I ask you to vote no.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you know, I love being up here and setting records for future litigation. So this simply says that we're going to respect all faiths, all denominations. If schools want to bring in one denomination, one specific faith, and you have students and teachers who say, look, Could we have an additional denomination? Can we have an additional faith? Because otherwise there's a monopoly by one group. And all this is saying that, look, if students, parents, teachers would like another denomination, would like another faith to be present as well, that we do that. This is not a difficult thing. This has not gut the bill. This does not hurt anything. It allows more choice. It allows more freedom. It allows more liberty. How can you be against that?
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
To ask the gentleman some
The
questions.
gentleman yield question.
I will.
He yields for questions.
So, Representative Wu, all you're saying is that if a person is comfortable with one faith tradition, they've been raised in a church, a temple, a mosque, or not at all, that they simply can request that faith tradition and opt out of the faith tradition that is being offered by the school. Is that all your amendment says?
Absolutely. And you know, as you well know, that different faiths have different philosophies about how to interact with people, different traditions about the understanding of the world. And if your students are having a hard time, if students are having a difficult time with life, maybe they're traumatized, maybe they have problems at home, they might appreciate someone who also understands their viewpoints, understands where they come from, understands their faith. This is not a difficult thing to do. This is not a difficult thing to ask for, to simply, hey, I'm more comfortable in my denomination, in my faith. Is that so much to ask for?
So both my daughters were raised in the Catholic Church.
Absolutely.
And if a school district brought in members from a non-Christian faith tradition, and my daughter said, hey, I'd prefer to have sort of a Catholic chaplain, priest, who would counsel me, they would be prohibited from doing that under this, and instead the school district or the school would mandate to them that they must receive counseling from a pastor, a chaplain in the faith tradition of the government?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
This gentleman yield for a question.
The gentleman yield for questions.
I will.
Representative Wu, I want to ask sort of what Representative Anchia was asking from a different perspective. My understanding is that the bill allows for both the hiring and the volunteering of a chaplain. And is it your understanding that if your amendment doesn't get on, then people from other faiths, a rabbi, imam, etc., would not be allowed or be prevented from volunteering at a school for their services? So it's not just that someone, let's say like my daughter, who's Jewish, could not receive counseling or services from a rabbi, but that willing, qualified rabbi would not be allowed not only to be hired, but would not be allowed to volunteer, because the bill considers both employment and volunteer. Is that right?
Absolutely. So in a sense, just as our discussion and our discussion with Chair Anchia, in essence, if we do not take this amendment, as school districts that make a choice about which faiths, which denominations will be present in schools, are by default creating a state-sanctioned religious indoctrination, if that's what they wanted to do. Because no one else could come in. No one else could request something different. So if you are Catholic, you are Protestant, you are Lutheran, or if you are a Muslim, or if you're a Buddhist, or if you're Jewish, think carefully about your vote on this. Think carefully about what you want our children to be able to request for them to receive in these troubling times, when our kids have so much trauma in their life. Simply letting them ask for someone that they're comfortable with, for someone that they feel understands their background and understands their worldview. That's not a big ask. That's not a big requirement. And in this day and age, it's not hard at all to find anyone of any faith to come in and say, hey, I'm happy to talk. That's it. We're helping our kids and making sure all of our kids get what they want and not necessarily what the school board or the school forces down their throat. I urge you to vote yes on the amendment.
Mr. Wu sent an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs in the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wu voting aye, Mr. Hefner voting nay, Mr. Smith voting nay, Mr. Toth voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 59 ayes, 78 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill says that we cannot allow chaplains who have a background of being a sex offender, convicted sex offender, into our schools. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Ms. Hinojosa's Senate amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a very simple amendment that removes one of the more problematic elements of this bill. If you turn to page 3 of this bill, you'll see that Section 3 requires every school board and every governing board of a charter school to vote affirmatively on whether or not they are going to bring chaplains into this school, into their school district under this provision. Members, I have never seen us do anything like this, where we force a school board to affirmatively vote up or down on the record on a proposal like this. And I really have to ask myself, why do we think that is a good idea, to require our school districts to vote? I'm concerned that it's a provision that's going to end up causing consternation in our communities. If we remove this, it still leaves control in the hands of individual districts if they want to do this or not, but it doesn't force them to take a record vote if this is not a direction they want to go as a board. So members, I would encourage you to consider supporting this amendment, keeping unnecessary drama out of our school board meetings. Goodness knows they have had enough drama the last couple years, and let them focus on educating our kids instead of risking potentially pulling them into some unnecessary conflicts within their own communities. Y'all see the conflict we are having here on the floor today. I don't want that conflict to be happening in my school board meetings in my district, and I don't think y'all want that either. So I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as y'all can tell up here, these members are kind of coming at me at the last minute, and so I haven't really had a chance to look at them and think through them. We want to leave this bill as is, and I please ask you to stick with me.
Mr. Speaker.
No.
Ms. Zwiener, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Hefner, what is the value of asking every school board in the state to vote up or down on this?
I don't think it's a problem to know where they stand on the issue, and that's the way this bill was drafted, and we worked it all the way through the process, and I'd like to keep it like it is.
So is the intention to try and cause some type of consternation in some of our districts if they don't want to pursue this?
No.
So then why not just remove the provision so that individual school districts don't have to vote on this?
Well, like I said, we worked this bill pretty thoroughly through the process in an open and transparent manner, and I think it's not too much to ask to have people make a decision on it.
Representative Hefner, do you understand my concerns about some of the drama that might cause in school districts across the state if you do have a local divide over this?
No.
You don't share my concern that the challenge and conflict we're having in this chamber today might bleed over into our schools when they really need to focus on the important work of educating our kids?
No.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was mine.
The chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to close on the amendment.
Members, there is no good reason to compel every school board in the state of Texas to vote on whether or not to bring chaplains into the school. There is no reason to force every governing board of every charter school in the state of Texas to vote on this. All it is doing is inviting dissent and controversy into our school boards for no reason. Now, some of y'all represent school boards where this won't be any controversy, but some of y'all, like me, represent diverse communities with diverse feelings about religion and diverse communities with many faiths represented, where this is going to be yet another cause of tension. In the years following our districts having to navigate COVID, having to navigate increased attention on libraries, having to navigate increased attention on every single aspect of school business. Our schools are struggling. We are struggling to have people who are willing to step up and run for school board because it has become an unpleasant situation for many of those folks. In every single district I represent, I have school board members who have received death threats because of how hostile and how much conflict we have had around our school boards. So let's not pour any more fuel on that fire, members. Our children need us to pull our districts back from culture wars and let them get more focused on what's really important, educating our children. So members, please support this amendment to make sure our school board members can focus on what's important. If we adopt this amendment, every district in Texas can still vote to have chaplains if they want. But if they don't want to, this bill lets them not, or this amendment does not make them vote. So I ask for your support, members.
Ms. Weiner, send the amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the authors. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Hefner voting nay. Mr. Toth voting nay. Mr. Talarico voting aye. Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Ms. Weiner voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 57 ayes, 80 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on County Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 4 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members have the motion. Is objection? Chair hears on so ordered. The following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on County Affairs will meet today at 4 p.m. in room 1W14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What this amendment does is ensure that these chaplains are subject to background checks since they have access to our kids in our schools. Move adoption.
Ms. Hinojosa has sent the amendment. The amendment is acceptably altered. The objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to close on the bill. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce to writing all conversations on this legislation and place in the journal.
Members heard the motion. Is objection? Chair has done so. The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment of SB 76. Passage of third reading of SB 763. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Hefner voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes, 54 nays, SB 763 is passed the third reading. Mr. Hefner moves to lay HB 3614 on the table, subject to college objection. Chair has none so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3364. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3364 by Button relating to the system for appraising property for ad valorem tax purposes.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3364 seeks to reform the appraisal process to increase fairness, transparency, and to expand taxpayer rights and participation in the process. This is achieved by requiring balanced training, enhanced notification requirements, and increasing transparency so taxpayers will be better protected and equipped to engage in procedures related to their property tax appraisals. I do have an amendment to clean up some of the languages in the bill and reduce the fiscal note, and the amendment is acceptable to the author.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Button.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the amendment.
This is just to clean up the languages.
Ms. Button sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable without author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Button to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment of HB 3364. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Button voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 1 nay, HB 3364 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5321. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5321 by Bell Montgomery relating to the authority of the East Montgomery County Improvement District to receive certain tax revenue derived from a hotel and convention center project and to pledge certain tax revenue for the payment of obligations related to the project.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell Montgomery to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 5321 allows for the East Montgomery County Improvement District to build a convention center, parking garage, full-service hotel. It does not raise any new taxes, but does allow for this district to be added to authorized entities to use the hot tax defined code in Chapter 351. And I believe there's an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bell Montgomery.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell Montgomery to explain the amendment.
This amendment adds some definitions and other things required by the comptroller. Is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Bell Montgomery sent the amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Bell Montgomery to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5321. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell Montgomery voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 122 ayes, 15 nays, HB 5321 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on the second reading HB 4366. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4366 by Howard relating to eligibility for and provision of benefits under Medicaid or the Child Health Plan program for certain individuals committed, placed, or detained in certain facilities and settings.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, according to studies, 70% of incarcerated youth in the U.S. have a mental health condition, though health care services in TJJD are often inconsistent and in some cases non-existent. Lack of access to behavioral health services can exacerbate existing issues and can create new ones. This is most apparent when you take into consideration the high number of juveniles who are put on suicide watch while in TJJD's care. In 2022, 45% of those held in Texas's juvenile lockups were on suicide watch, and this is a 12% increase over the last 4 years. HB 4366 would require TJJD, in coordination with DFPS, to screen each of the incarcerated youth for their eligibility in Medicaid, including Star Health, and enroll them in those programs. It's important to note this does not expand Medicaid in another population. It simply ensures that those who are eligible to receive services are able to do so. This bill would ensure incarcerated youth can access the healthcare services they need to successfully reintegrate into society and decrease recidivism. Move passage.
The question occurs to pass the engrossment of HB 4366. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 74 ayes, 52 nays, 62 nays. HB 4366 passed engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 248. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 248 by Murr, relating to solicitation of patients and other prohibited marketing practices and the establishment of the task force on patient solicitation, increasing criminal penalties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Chairman Murr's bill that updates statutory language dealing with the deceptive marketing practices, including the term internet where applicable. I move passage.
The question occurs to pass the engrossment of HB 248. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 248 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 818. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 818 by Wally, relating to the places a public employer may provide for employees to express breast milk.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker, under current law, members, mothers expressing breast milk and our state employees are allowed reasonable breaks and accommodations, which could include a multi-user bathroom to express that milk. This bill would strike the multi-user bathroom as a reasonable accommodation because that is obviously not a place where mothers should have to pump to express breast milk. And
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
I'm sorry, wrong bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs to pass the engrossment of HB 818. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 818 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 633. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 633 by Frank, relating to the method of payment for certain health care.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to raise a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute to House Bill 633 under Rule 4, Section 18.
Please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Representative Burrows for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 4:15 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, to consider a calendar.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection. Chair has none so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today at 4:15 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Harless, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for some questions.
If I could lay out the bill, I'd be happy to.
Absolutely.
In just a moment, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, I've worked all session to get this bill on the floor, and I think I've taken about 30 seconds per bill. I'm going to be slightly over my average on this one, but I would appreciate you hearing what's going on here. We have many great hospitals in this state, many great hospitals, and I hope yours is a great hospital. I hope yours is a hospital that is run with ethics and knows how to take care of people. What this bill does is provides protection from price gouging of the uninsured and cash
Mr.
payers
Bryant, for
at
a purpose.
hospitals. Is that?
I'll raise a point of order.
He has not yielded for questions, and he's laying out his bill. And Mr. Harless will have
raising a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
You do not have the microphone right now, sir.
Thank you very much. Members, what this bill does is it provides protection from price gouging of the uninsured and cash payers. That's what we're talking about today, is providing price gouging protection. What this bill is not is price fixing. In fact, what the bill does, it basically ties the price that an uninsured person or a cash payer will pay to the lowest commercial rate. I'm going to present an amendment in just a minute that will change that to 10% over the commercial rate. But there are some hospitals that are taking advantage of the uninsured in our area, and I think it needs to stop. With that, I'll be happy to answer questions.
Mr. Harless, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you give us some examples of those?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I'm sorry.
The gentleman yields.
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yeah, I would be happy to.
Can you give us some examples, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Harless, and I appreciate your work with this and your support on this bill. So in my district, we had a person that needed a bladder tumor removed. A bladder tumor removed. The Medicare price, members, the Medicare price is $4,700. And keep in mind, Medicare is considered above cost at 90% of the hospitals in this state. Because he didn't have insurance, the hospital wanted to charge him $23,000. $23,000. And I know I know the hospital association out there, and they don't want you to vote for this bill in some cases. But I promise the vast majority of hospitals do not do what they are trying to protect in this bill. They do not do it. Your hospital, if it is a good actor, does not do this. You don't need to worry about them. But if you think it is okay for a hospital to charge $23,000 to your uninsured constituent, that's what this does.
Thank you, sir.
Best example I have.
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order, Mr. Speaker, against further consideration of the committee substitute to House Bill 633 on the basis that it violates Rule 4, Section 40, on the grounds that the committee failed to reconsider the vote by which HB 633 as substituted vote failed to be reported favorably to the full House.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Frank.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the amendment.
Members, this is a really straightforward amendment. As written, the bill allows the lowest negotiated price, and this increases that by 10%. And while that does change the protection, some hospitals made the point to me, and I agree, that saying the lowest negotiated price may not be fair. So this allows them to charge 10% more than the lowest negotiated price. It is still much better than the gouging that is going on, but I think it provides protection, but it does make it fair. It is acceptable because it's a wonderful amendment written by me, and I'm the author.
Mr. Wu,
I
for what
accept it.
purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to call the point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for House Bill 633 under Rule 4, Section 40.
Mr. Wu, we're on the amendment, not on the bill just yet. So do you have a point of order on the amendment or the bill? Oh, no.
On the bill.
Okay. Any member speak for or against on the amendment? Seeing none, the question occurs on the adoption amendment. Mr. Frank sends an amendment. Is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to close on the bill. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for House Bill 633 under Rule 4, Section 40, Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the substitute is not germane to the original bill.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Frank for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 633 until August 17, 2024.
Members heard the motion. The objection. Chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 614. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 614 by Shaheen relating to Property Owners Association fines.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 614 requires better transparency of HOA policies and fines. The bill requires HOAs to categorize their policies and fines to make them easy to understand. The bill requires them to be placed on the internet or distributed to homeowners via email or mail. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 614. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes, 0 nays. HB 614 is passed through engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1181. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1181 by Shaheen relating to restricting access to pornographic materials on certain websites and creating civil liability for certain actions that allow children to access pornographic materials.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1181 provides an effective approach for protecting our children from pornographic material on the internet by requiring publishers or distributors of explicit content that is harmful to children to create an age verification process. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Shaheen.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the amendment changes the enforcement mechanisms to the Office of the Attorney General. Move adoption.
Mr. Shaheen sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable in the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to close the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1181. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Mr. Schofield voting aye. Mr. Ms. Swanson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 135 ayes and 5 nays. HB 1181 is passed through engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1437. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1437 by Clardy relating to an appraisal procedure for disputed losses under personal automobile insurance policies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this is the appraisal bill. This is a legislative change requested by the TDI, Office of Public Insurance. And what it does is it's going to make sure our personal auto policies include an appraisal procedure, which has been common with the policies. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs in passing the engrossment. HB 1437. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1437 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2193. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2193 by Davis relating to the automatic expunction of all records and files related to arrests for certain misdemeanor offenses.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that allows us to go into a suggested way to do automatic expansion after someone's done their time for 10 years. It's not without it being under review by the court that originally placed him. It's just saying that they have not had any criminal activity, and it removes this expulsion through the courts that it initially started. Move passage.
The question occurs in passing the engrossment. HB 2193. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2193 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1960. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1960 by Morales and Maverick relating to the name of and the course levels offered at Sul Ross State University Rio Grande College.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, we have an amendment. Thank you, Mr. This is a local bill, transformative in nature, will allow higher education in the Middle Rio Grande region. We have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by King of Uvalde.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the amendment.
I want to thank Representative Morales for accepting this amendment. This delays the not the effective date, but the provisions of this don't become law until January the 1st of 2026. I move adoption.
Mr. King of Uvalde sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment. HB 1960. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1960 is passed in engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on State Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 5 p.m. in room 1W14 Agricultural Museum. Consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members heard the motion's objection. Chair has done so ordered. The following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on State Affairs will meet today at 5 p.m. in room 1W14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 2044. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2044 by Bowers relating to depression screenings for certain women in county jail in the custody of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2044 until 9 a.m. Tuesday, May 9th.
Members heard the motion's objection. Chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2329. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2329 by Bales into honey production operations and the harvesting and packaging of honey and honeycomb.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bales to explain the bill.
Speaker, members, with the passage and adoption of FDA's Food and Safety Modernization Act, honey is considered a raw agricultural commodity, and the harvesting, bottling, and packaging of this product are considered on-farm processes. This cleans up statutory language. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment. HB 2329. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2339 is passed engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3127. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3127 by Ashby relating to the study of school district property values conducted by the Comptroller of Public Accounts.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 2238. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2238 by Buckley relating to the licensing and regulation of dog and cat breeders, expanding the applicability of an occupational license.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2238 until Wednesday, May the 10th at 9 a.m.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3127. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3127 by Ashby relating to the study of school district property values conducted by the Comptroller of Public Accounts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill addresses the issue of school districts losing funding due to their local county appraisal districts' noncompliance with the Comptroller's study of school district property values. It also extends the time frame for schools to file a petition to the Comptroller, ensuring that our school districts receive the funding they deserve.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
The gentleman would yield for some questions.
The gentleman yield for questions.
Be happy to yield.
Thank you, Chairman Ashby. So, one of the things we've heard over and over, not only this legislative session, but the past, is that appraisal districts are out of control. We've got to rein in appraisals for our constituents because their property taxes have just ballooned to where we can't afford to own anything anymore.
That's
Have you
correct.
heard those concerns?
Absolutely.
One of the things that your bill addresses is that sometimes our appraisals and the appraisals are raised by the comptroller because they're not in compliance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So sometimes we want to blame the appraisal district, but many times what the problem is that the state of Texas is making those appraisals rise to be in compliance with the comptroller.
That is correct.
So here, this doesn't necessarily solve that problem, does it? But it gives them a grace period. Trying to understand the bill.
Yes, it allows them a one-year grace period to be out of that 5% compliance factor within the Comptroller's property valuation study.
I appreciate your effort. I really wish we'd go a lot further and stop the comptroller from controlling our appraisal districts and raising our property taxes beyond the ability to own property. So this doesn't solve that problem. This just gives us a little cushion.
That's correct, and I couldn't agree more with your comments.
I hope that you will work with me in putting an end to the comptroller assisting or aiding and abetting our appraisal districts from ballooning out of control. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Canales.
Mr. Bella Montgomery, for what purpose?
Oh, gentleman yield for a couple of questions.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Be happy to yield for my friend who hails from Leon County.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. So along the same lines of what Chairman Canales was talking about, you know, our appraisal districts are currently using mass appraisal, and the Comptroller's Office is asserting in our fiscal notes that mass appraisal is the basis for which they've got to meet that standard. Is that kind of your understanding?
Right. They give us the valuation that school districts and their local appraisal districts in all of our counties have to be within a 5% variance of. Correct.
And those mass appraisals don't take into consideration the specific price of your property or anything along that nature, does it?
Well, personally, I would say yes, but I think that's probably a question better addressed by our local appraisal districts.
So you feel like it's your opinion that that mass appraisal says that the value of every piece of property under a mass appraisal is actually an accurate depiction of what property values should be?
Do I believe the current system addresses the current, I'm sorry, let me rephrase and say it another way. If you're asking me if I believe our current appraisal system appropriately appraises each, both personal and business or commercial property based on the market valuation, the answer is no.
The answer is no. That's my opinion as well, and I think it's important to continue to work to try to bring integrity back into that process so our constituents, those folks outside this floor, will be able to look at this process and understand that it works and that they're not subjects. They are, in fact, represented in this body. So I appreciate your bill.
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative Bell. I appreciate the question. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment HB 3127. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3127 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2941. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2941 by Zwiener relating to the authority of the Railroad Commission of Texas to require water pollution abatement plans for certain pipelines, creating a criminal offense, providing for the imposition of a civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is simple legislation that would close a loophole that has unintentionally excluded pipelines from water pollution abatement plans in the Edwards Aquifer Recharge Zone. I want to thank Texas Pipeline Association for their support on this bill and Texoga for working so closely with us on it. I move adoption.
The question occurs on passing engrossment of HB 2941. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Zwiener voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 75 ayes and 16 nays, HB 2941 is passed on engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2665. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2665 by Gage, relating to regulation of short-term rental properties by municipalities and counties, authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker and members. Short-term rental properties have become popular in Texas, but differing local regulations have caused confusion. This bill provides for a state-led task force through Texas Department of License to study the impact of these properties in their communities with input from stakeholders. Move for passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment of HB 2665. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to speak in opposition to the bill.
Mr. Chairman and members, I represent the City of Galveston, law enforcement from my area, small businesses, and many constituents. I rise to oppose this bill. While we appreciate Representative Gates' efforts to improve the bill by proposing an interim committee study on short-term rentals, as proposed, the committee substitute presented to this committee today, I want to outline some of the concerns that we have. The interim committee is charged with studying the impacts of local ordinance on short-term rentals, but local representation on the committee is inadequate to fully understand the impacts of short-time rentals on communities like mine. The City of Galveston has a population of 53,000. A city budget and police department funded and staffed for a city just over 53,000. Galveston hosts over 7 million tourists a year. As we enter the season, the city's population can swell to 300,000 just for any given weekend. I learned while attending a West End Property Owners Association meeting that Galveston police will face with prom season alone between now and Memorial Day many visitors. They have to triage complaints. Parents rent a house that sleeps 6. However, this will end out in resorting 300 teenagers there for a party, commonly involving underage drinking. Because Galveston is a coastal island with limited developmental land, long-term housing supply and affordability is severely impacted without local governments ensuring a delicate balance between short-term rental growth. Housing affordabilities for workers on the island grows further out of reach when considering increasing house prices. Without some housing inventory balance, persons working in Galveston are priced out of living in Galveston. Galveston employers, especially small businesses on the island, have difficulty recruiting and retaining workers on the island. The city has worked very closely with our short-term rental industry, residents and stakeholders to reach a delicate balance that has worked for our coastal communities.
Members, please take your conversations outside of the rail.
The City of Galveston has implemented a short-term rental registration ordinance that is administered by the Galveston Park Board. Residents in Galveston neighborhoods who are able to exercise their fundamental right to petition their planning commission and city council for an RO zoning for their neighborhood. Once granted, the RO zoning controls short-term rentals and their growth by a vote of 75%. That's higher than a constitutional amendment. The property owners in a neighbor can seek this R0 zoning. The needs of Galveston is a very basic petition right, which would be preempted by legislation enacted in favor of uniform statewide regulation. The City of Galveston holds concerns about a study conducted by a task force by the Department of Licensing and Regulation outside of the traditional legislative intern charge. An intern committee created to study the impacts of short-time short-time rental organizations must include local representation to capture input from our community. To truly understand short-time rental representation, it should consist of large urban community representative, a small urban community representative, a coastal community representative, and law enforcement. This is zoned for residential. That would help us limit commercial developers coming in and foreign entities and buying short-term rentals. I move that you oppose this bill.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to close on the bill.
Members, I'm just going to keep this short and simple. It's just a study. The city of Galveston hasn't even come and expressed their concerns to me when this bill is laid out. This doesn't preempt any regulations of short-term rentals currently by cities. And it's just the study of the quality of life in communities when short-term rentals open up for a shop. Just move for passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment. The question occurs on passing the engrossment HB 2665. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gates voting on. Have all members voted? There have been 83 ayes and 50 nays. HB 2665 is passed in engrossment. Ms. Leo Wilson, for what purpose?
Yes, I'd like my comments reduced to writing and put in the journal. Thank
Members
you.
heard the motion. Objecting. Chair hears on order. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2965. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2965 by a suit relating to certain construction liability claims concerning public buildings and public works.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, requesting that the comments between Representative Canales, Bell of Montgomery, and Ashby on House Bill 3127 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Could you repeat that in just a minute? I'm sorry. I thought you were asking a question about the bill laid before us. The chair recognizes Mr. Pursuit for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2965 until Tuesday, May 9 at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Members have heard the motion. Objecting. Chair hears on order. Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to place the remarks of Representatives Canales, Bell of Montgomery, and Representative Ashby regarding House Bill 3127 in the journal.
Members heard the motion. Objecting. Chair hears on order. Chair lays out on second reading HB 2886. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2886 by Gonzalez of Dallas relating to establishing the Food Systems Office to promote food security.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, 1 in 8 individuals in Texas experiences food insecurity. House Bill 2886 enacts recommendations from a rider I passed last session on the General Appropriations Act, directing the Texas Department of Agriculture to study food access in Texas. It would create the Office of Food Security and Resiliency within the Texas Department of Agriculture. The main function of this office would to ensure the food needs of our state are addressed efficiently and that our statewide food system is resilient for decades to come. House Bill 2886 would be a major step forward in addressing food security in our state and ensuring every Texan has access to nutritious meals. I'd like to thank my joint authors for working with me on this bill, Representative Tony Rose, Doc Anderson, Ryan Guillen, on this bill. Thank you. No, move passage.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment of HB 2886. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 80 ayes, 53 nays, HB 2886 passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3519. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3519 by Hull relating to judicial training requirements regarding family violence.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3519 until Wednesday at 10 a.m.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair has unsorted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3765. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3765 by Busey relating to the establishment of a supply of luggage by the Department of Family and Protective Services for the transport of the personal belongings of a foster child.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3765 would require the Department of Family and Protective Services to procure, distribute, and maintain inventory of luggage for use when transporting personal belongings of foster children. Too often, children entering and transitioning within the foster care system are abruptly taken from their homes and provided a trash bag by a state agency to pack up all of their belongings. Texas, we can do better for these kids, and that's what this bill aims to do. I believe we have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris of Anderson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just ensures that the luggage, and to be clear, luggage is a duffel bag in most cases, but that it would remain the property of the child that it's given to, and it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Harris of Anderson sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing of engrossment to HB 3765. The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to speak in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know that you have a recommendation on a certain way to vote on this bill, but I want to tell you a quick story real quick. About a 1-month-old little girl that was taken when CPS showed up and all of her things were gathered and put into a trash bag, and it was soaked in urine, and that's all that she had to take with her. They went to get her little car seat, and when they picked it up, cockroaches came crawling out of the car seat. This happens in most cases when kids are taken by CPS or DFPS. Their things go into a trash bag, and most of the times the clothes that they're given are too dirty to be worn wherever they're taken. Personal belongings are almost non-existent for these kids. And so this bill directs DFPS and CPS to give them a duffel bag to keep their stuff in. It says that these kids can keep that duffel bag. I can tell you in many cases for kids who are in foster care, they're hoarding things like ketchup packets in their room just to have something to call their own. That's how desperate these kids are. And so I urge you to vote in favor of this bill, giving these kids just a little bit of something to call their own, to put their things in. And so with that, please vote with me and support this House bill.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to close on the bill. Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
He yields.
Are you aware that the Republican caucus had opposed unless amended on this bill?
Yes, I am.
Did you take an amendment?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment of HB 3765. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3765 is passed. Engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4219. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4219 by Lambert relating to increasing the interest rate of certain consumer loans.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4219 would increase the credit available to Texas borrowers from regulated lenders by more closely aligning existing statutory rate caps to the cost of obtaining funds as reflected by the federal funds rate. This methodology would account for fluctuations in the cost of funds while maintaining the rate structure already deemed appropriate by this body, thereby making safe, regulated credit available to a larger population of Texas. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage on engrossment HB 4219. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4219 is passed on engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4918. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4918 by Rosenthal related to the processing or manufacturing of consumable hemp products for smoking.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4918 until 9 a.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, May 9th.
Members heard the motion's objection. Chair hears unsorted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5012. The clerk read the bill.
HB 5012 by Clardy, relating to the authority of certain municipalities to receive certain tax revenue derived from a hotel and convention center project and to pledge certain tax revenue for the payment of obligations related to the project.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy for a motion.
Thanks, Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 5012 until 5:30 p.m. today.
Members, you heard the motion. Objecting, chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 5120. The Senate Committee is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1732. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1732 by Hancock, relating to standards for certain electric vehicle charging stations.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sorry for the delay. House Bill 50, let's see, what are we doing? House Bill 5120 is a bill that would have, I'm sorry. Sorry. The Senate bill is 1732. So what this bill does is it allows all of the charging stations in Texas be uniform. So imagine having a different gas station for your Dodge Ram versus a Chevy Silverado for an F-150. That's what this bill does. We do have an amendment to clarify what we're talking about.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Patterson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what this amendment does is that it clarifies that these are only charging stations made available to the public, that it's intended primarily for private use, not intended primarily for private use, and that it's funded through public grants, of which Texas is set to receive about $400 million from the federal government. I move adoption.
Mr. Patterson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptably authored. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to close on the bill. Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes.
He yields.
Representative Patterson, last week you had a bill for wind-powered bikes. Is this wind-powered cars?
It could be, if you want it to be.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The question occurs on passage through engrossment. Third reading of SB 1732. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 8 nays, SB 1732 is passed at third reading. Mr. Patterson moves to lay House Bill 5120 on the table, subject to call. The objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4772. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4772 by theory, related to an excise tax on certain non-tobacco nicotine products, writing penalties and creating criminal offenses, imposing a tax.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thury to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill closes a tax loophole that some companies avoid by making sure e-cigarette makers pay into the tax code like all other tobacco product manufacturers. This is not new. It's the same excise tax that all tobacco product manufacturers have paid in Texas for decades. HB 4772 simply codifies the existing tax structure, known as an excise tax, to include e-cigarettes and alternative nicotine products. The bill directs a portion of the funds to the Tobacco Prevention Youth Program in existence in DISHS and leaves a separate portion of the funds with the Comptroller's Office for administration of the code. I believe Rep. Mobile has a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Noble.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment makes sure that a portion of these proceeds go to the Property Tax Relief Fund, and I believe this amendment is acceptable to the author.
Ms. Noble sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Thury to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my joint authors on this bill, Chairman Burrows, Chair Button, Representative Noble, Representative Cortez, and the entire Ways and Means Committee. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 4772. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Thury voting aye, Ms. Button voting aye. Show Dr. Rogers voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes and 11 nays, HB 4772 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4872. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4872 by Rogers, relating to the reporting and plugging of certain wells.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rogers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4872 establishes a grant program at the CCUQ for the potential plugging of P13 wells if they pose a risk to groundwater or surface water. These wells were originally drilled by an oil and gas company, plugged back to a usable water zone, and subsequently transferred to the surface owner for use as a water well. I believe we should pass this bill to better protect our precious water resources. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4872. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4872 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4362. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4362 by Johnson of Harris, relating to the eligibility of certain criminal defendants for an order of non-disclosure of criminal history record information.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4362 until 9 a.m. Tuesday, May 9th.
Members heard the motion to object, and the chair hears on this order. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2960. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2960 by Kane, relating to the applicability of a defense to prosecution for an offense relating to carrying a handgun in certain prohibited locations and to repealing associated notice requirements.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2960 until 8 a.m. Tuesday, May 9th.
Members heard the motion to object, and the chair hears on this order. The chair lays out on second reading HB 303. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 303 by Bernal, relating to the amount of a fine or cost imposed in a criminal case by a justice or municipal court and to the court's authority to order a defendant confined in jail for failure to pay a fine or cost or for contempt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 303 until 9 a.m. Tuesday, May 9th.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears on this order. The chair lays out on second reading HB 153. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 153 by Swanson, relating to a ballot option to not vote for any candidate.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the bill.
Speaker.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 153 under Rule 4, Section 32 on the grounds that the bill analysis is inaccurate and misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Busey raises a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 153 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 on the grounds of the background and purpose statement in the bill analysis is materially misleading. The complained of statement begins with the phrase, concerns have been raised, and then recites several that allege intentional unlawful behavior. The subsequent sentences do not provide any objectively reliable support for the list of alleged concerns. It is well settled that a bill analysis complies with the rule only when it provides objectively reliable information. Committee chairs have been expressively advised that vague references in support of a factual statement do not meet the objectively reliable test. In light of longstanding doctrine and the recent guidance, the statement is plainly an unverifiable statement of opinion, and the chair has no alternative but to sustain the objection. Therefore, accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The chair lays out on second reading, HB 232. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 232 by Swanson relating to the amount of a filing fee for certain candidates.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 232 under Rule 4, Section 41 of the House Rules on the grounds that the committee substitute is not germane to the introduced bill.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 232 to June 1st, 2023.
Members have heard the motion. Objection. The chair has done so. The chair lays out on second reading HB 421. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 421 by Lopez Abeo relating to the operation of a motor vehicle passing a pedestrian or a person operating a bicycle creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lopez for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 421 until 9 a.m. Tuesday, May the 9th.
Members have the motion. Objection. Chair has done so. The chair lays out on second reading HB 544. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 544 by Johnson of Dallas relating to the reporting of certain orders and convictions to the Department of Public Safety and Federal Bureau of Investigation for use of the National Incident Criminal Background Check System for the transfer of firearms.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. In 2021, more than 70% of domestic violence victims were killed by a firearm in Texas. We need to ensure that domestic abusers are prohibited from possessing firearms by law and do not have access to them. The presence of a gun in an abusive situation makes a woman 5 times more likely to be murdered. Mr. Speaker, members, this bill comes out of the committee that was formed after the El Paso shootings. We traveled the state. We heard from district clerks, from law enforcement, of the need for systemic rules for uploading protective orders of domestic violence. The FBI uses the National Instant Background Check System, NICS, to determine if an individual has certain offenses or statuses that would disqualify them from possessing a firearm under federal law. Texas statute lacks clarity regarding current reporting requirements for some disqualifying offenses, primarily protective orders and family violence convictions. HB 544 addresses this by consolidating current law enforcement reporting requirements and timelines, as well as codifying Governor Abbott's executive order on reporting of convictions to DPS in an order for DPS to transfer relevant information to NICS in a timely manner. It does not add any additional reporting requirements or restrictions, and I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Members, this is a request from DPS to change the day calendaring from business to calendar day, and I move adoption.
Ms. Johnson of Dallas sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, with a vote on this bill, we can protect domestic violence victims from being killed because we've regulated these protective orders in a responsible way, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 544. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Johnson of Dallas voting aye. Ms. Goodwin voting aye. Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Ms. Morales Shaw voting aye. Dr. Roger voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 79 ayes, 58 nays, HB 544 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 968. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 968 by Gage relating to procedures in certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship filed by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker and members. We passed this bill out last session, 139-0. It reduces the trauma for a child during a CPS investigation by allowing them to stay in their home when an alleged abuser has been identified by the department, to voluntarily leave instead by an agreed court order. There's an amendment by Representative Wu, which is acceptable to the author.
Is Mr. Wu on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain the amendment.
Yeah, this amendment is acceptable by the author.
All right. Good. Mr. Wu submitted an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's. Objection to adoption of the amendment. Chair has none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to close on the bill. The question occurs on passing engrossment. HB 968. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 968 is passed in engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. HB 603. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 603 by Shaheen, relating to limitation on civil suits against persons reporting suspicious activity in good faith.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 603 addresses the concern that many citizens have about reporting suspicious activity to law enforcement and then getting sued. Under this bill, if a person has a reasonable belief that suspicious activity is in furtherance of terrorist activity or a crime, and they report in good faith, they cannot be sued. Frivolous reports would still be subject to lawsuits. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment of HB 603. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 603 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading. HB 779. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 779 by Pursuit, relating to the issuance of certain warrants by statutory county court judges.
The chair recognizes Mr. Pursuit to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, current law allows statutory county courts to issue search warrants, but based on the absence of the term statutory county court in certain provisions of the Code of Criminal Procedure, it's unclear if statutory county courts can also issue subsequent search warrants or warrants for cellular, telephone, or other wireless communication devices. House Bill 779 changes the law to ensure that they expressly can do so to aid district courts. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment. HB 779. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 779 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading. HB 1136. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1136 by Jatan, relating to the period for which a person is required to register as a sex offender based on the offense of compelling prostitution.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Representative Jatan's bill that updates the penal code to add compelling prostitution to the list of offenses that registers an individual to the sex offender registry for life. Move passage.
The question occurs to pass in engrossment. HB 1136. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1136 passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading. HB 1348. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1348 by Stuckey, relating to the authority of a municipality to regulate veterinarians.
The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an attempt to make clear to cities and government and county governments they do not have an authority to regulate the practice of state licensed occupations. And I move passage.
The question occurs to pass in engrossment. HB 1348. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Stuckey voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 106 ayes, 34 nays. HB 1348 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading. HB 1492. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1492 by Ordaz, relating to the conveyance of property by a municipality for the public purpose of economic development.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1492 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 11.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair has none so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading. HB 2822. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2822 by Garcia, relating to a study on the housing needs of youth transitioning out of foster care or the juvenile justice system.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. A quarter of children who experience the foster care system will end up homeless within the 4 years that they age out. Foster children are also significantly more likely than the general population to become involved in the juvenile justice system. For example, 90% of foster children who experience 5 or more placements end up in the juvenile justice system. I was one of these children. My choice to join the military saved my life, but there are dual status children out there who are at risk of future incarceration, increased barriers to accessing housing, and good-paying jobs. House Bill 2822 would meet this challenge by requiring Texas Interagency Council for the Homeless to evaluate the risk of homelessness faced by former foster children and those transitioning out of the juvenile justice system. This study would evaluate programs aimed at helping these children succeed in independent living and making recommendations on improvements that they may need. I want to thank my joint authors for their work with me on this bill, Representative Gervin Hawkins, Campos, Lozano, and Representative Rose. And also thank you to Senator Menendez for sponsoring this bill. And members, please vote yes. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment to HB 282. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 282 is passed in engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3187. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading. SB 702. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 702 by Perry, related to the sourcing, marketing, and sale of certain license plates.
The chair recognizes Ms. Harris of Williamson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 702 simply allows car owners to be able to purchase embossed license plates. I move passage.
The question occurs to passage of third reading of SB 702. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 702 is passed to third reading. Ms. Harrison Williamson moved to lay out House Bill 3187 on the table subject to call. Objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3183. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3183 by Schatzline, relating to the use of in-custody informant testimony in a criminal trial.
Members, the chair recognizes Mr. Schatzline on his very first bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out House Bill 3183, which seeks to protect the innocent against false jailhouse informant testimony. According to the National Registry of Exonerations, jailhouse informants have contributed to at least 13 wrongful convictions in Texas, and those are just the ones we know of. House Bill 3183 requires pretrial admissibility hearings before jailhouse informant testimony can be used.
Mr. Schaefer, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Whoa. Fair enough.
The gentleman yields for questions.
I yield for questions.
Mr. Schatzline, this is your first session down here in the Texas Capitol, correct?
It is my first session, yes.
Representative Schatzline, you know that this is a rough and tumble place for politics and a lot of serious votes that we take down here, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever heard the saying that if you're going to throw a spear at the king, you better kill him?
Yes, I have.
You have? Okay. Just checking. Did you happen to look behind you and see who's up at the dais there?
I did.
Hey.
I did. The wonderful Mr. Speaker.
Representative Schatzline, you've worked hard on a lot of bills this session, and I think you have this is a good bill. You've also got some other good bills working their way through the process, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, I do have to say this to you. You're a great member. You're no Matt Krause, but you're a great member.
Wow.
And welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you.
Mr. Toads, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
So is it true that you used to travel with Hillsong?
I have been to things with Hillsong. I've spoken with Hillsong, yes.
Did you used to travel with the singing group Hillsong? Answer the question.
No, I did not travel with them, no.
You didn't appear at any of the Hillsong concerts and
there were events where they were playing and I was simultaneously
You didn't sing with Hillsong.
speaking.
Is
I
that
did
what
not
you're trying to
sing
tell
for
us?
them, no. I was not.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman
I will yield for questions,
He
yes.
yields for questions.
Ms. Schatzline, how long have you been in the legislature?
Going on 5 months at the end of this session.
That's right. So this is your first session.
That's correct.
And this is your first bill today.
First one.
What topics are you passionate about in the Texas legislature?
Protecting children, protecting life. Adoption is a big one. Making sure that we are ending sex trafficking in Texas. Those are some of the ones that I'm passionate about.
Absolutely. I appreciate that passion that you have. I think that you're a great member, and I think since day 2, you have been a fantastic member of this body. Thank you for being here.
I think Mr. Speaker would agree.
The chair agrees, Ms. Patterson.
Mr. Speaker, question for the member.
Does the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman yields.
Yes, I will yield for questions.
Hey, are we allowed to sit in the chair to your left?
I would welcome it. It's very lonely over there now.
Okay, thank you. Look, I'm really excited about your membership here in this chamber. Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs to pass on engrossment. HB 3183. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3183 is passed on engrossment.
All right.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 3825. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3825 by Busey related to prohibiting the publication of certain criminal record information of individuals involved in the criminal justice system.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 3825 on the grounds that it violates. Okay, wait, okay.
Ms. Swanson, for what purpose?
Hey, Mr. Speaker.
I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 3825 on the grounds that it violates Rule 4, Section 32, in that there are unsubstantiated statements in the bill analysis background and purpose.
Please bring your point of order down front, Ms. Swanson. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Busey for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3825 until June 1st, 2023.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection, chair hears none, so ordered.
Speaker.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
May I get a picture of Representative Busey's face and have it put in the journal?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3351. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3351 by Harris of Williamson relating to standards required for certain rankings of physicians by health benefit plan issuers.
The chair recognizes Ms. Harris of Williamson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3351 helps health plans share quality of care and price information to enrollees. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the gross. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment. The question occurs on passing engrossment of HB 3351. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3351 is passed engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3352. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3352 by Gerdes relating to the regulation of used and scrap tires by certain counties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, HB 3352 is a permissive bill that allows rural counties to establish a used and scrap tire program to help track down the bad actors who illegally dump tires. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Gerdes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment takes out junkyards and is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Gerdes sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to close on the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a good bill for rural counties, and I move adoption.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 3352. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Dr. Buckley voting aye. All members voted. There being 133 ayes, 7 nays. HB 3352 is passed engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services in a public hearing on Wednesday, May 10th at 8 a.m. in room E2014 to consider Senate Bill 1607 by Senator Kolkhorst.
Members heard the motions. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Public Education in a public hearing on Tuesday, May 9th at 8 a.m. in room E2036 to consider SB 1720 by Kolkhorst relating to the confidentiality of the identity of a public school employee who reports a potential threat to the school's threat assessment and safe and supportive school team.
Members heard the motions. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3282. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3282 by Jones of Dallas relating to county authority to mitigate illegal tire disposal.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3282 permits counties to adopt an ordinance that will establish tire recycling facilities using the serial numbers to also make sure that scrap tires are not left in the properties of our taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, I move for passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 3282. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Show Ms. Timish voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 109 ayes and 28 nays. HB 3282 is passed engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4639. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4639 by Timish related to the carrying of a handgun in a motor vehicle or watercraft.
The chair recognizes Ms. Timish to explain the bill.
House Bill 4639 closes a loophole as it relates to the charge of unlawful carry of a weapon. Current late state law that a person commits the offense of an unlawful carry of a weapon if the person knowingly, intentionally, or recklessly carries on or about the person a handgun in a motor vehicle or watercraft that is owned by the person or under the person's control at any time. Move passage.
The question occurs to pass the engrossment of HB 4639. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Timish voting aye. Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 97 ayes and 40 nays, HB 4639 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3539. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3539 by Troxclair relating to the establishment and administration of a state ammunition manufacturing facility granting rulemaking authority.
The chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, in recent years, law enforcement has found it difficult to find sufficient supplies of ammunition or afford what is available. This adversely affects their ability to train and adequately respond to public safety needs. This bill establishes a Texas ammunition facility within the Department of Public Safety to sell and make sure that our police departments have adequate ammunition to do their jobs well. And I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Troxclair.
The chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to explain the amendment.
This amendment clarifies that there will be a preference given to manufacturers based in Texas, but not a mandate that the ammo must be made here in the state. Move passage.
Ms. Troxclair sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable by the author. A record of vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schlatzline voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Bales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes and 24 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to close on the bill.
Oh, that was on the amendment. Okay. I close, and I do want to mention that Mr. Moody has an amendment that he'll be bringing tomorrow that I will be accepting. So look forward to that. Thank you, and I close. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment of HB 3539. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Troxclair voting aye. Mr. Schlatzline voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes and 23 nays, HB 3539 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4061. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4061 by Schlatzline relating to prohibiting a registered sex offender from going within a certain distance of the residence of a victim of any offense committed by the offender for which the offender is subject to registration.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schlatzline to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm incredibly proud to introduce House Bill 4061, Brooks Boundary. Earlier this session, a mother in the North Texas area reached out to my office with a heartbreaking story of how her daughter at the age of 14 was sexually assaulted. 10 years later, which was this year, the offender got out of prison and moved in next door to them. There is nothing on the law books right now preventing this from taking place. Victims of these unthinkable sexually oriented crimes often face a difficult path to physical and emotional recovery, and that's why we're putting forward this bill. It prevents individuals on the sex offender registry from being within 2,500 feet of the residence of their victim for any offense, and with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment. HB 4061. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4061 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5280. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5280 by Busey relating to regional or local health care programs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 5280 until 9 a.m. Tuesday, May the 9th.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5159. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5159 by Bojani related to an argument before the jury after subsequent jury charge in a criminal case.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, when a jury has expressed multiple times that they are deadlocked, a judge may issue a charge known as the Allen charge. Allen charges are instructions given to a hung jury urging them to agree on a verdict. HB 5159 simply ensures that both the prosecution and the defense have the right to present an argument to the jury after an Allen charge has been issued. I'm grateful to my colleagues who have joint authored this bill, Chairman Moody, Chairman Lee, Chairman Canales, and Vice Chair Bowers. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment to HB 5159. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 5159 is passed engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4697. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4697 by De Ayala relating to the audit of an election in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. House Bill 4697 standardizes audit process in elections regarding regardless of how and when Texans cast their ballots, and apply existing audit procedures for Election Day to early voting. Simply makes standard what we're doing on Election Day to early voting. It also updates, there's no new election process or procedure, just accounting for that we do countywide voting now instead of Election Day precinct-wide voting. I have a correcting amendment.
The following amendment, members are waiting on an amendment.
With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 4697. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4697 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4674. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4674 by Hayes, relating to the qualification, summoning, and reimbursement of jurors.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a cleanup bill brought to me by the Texas County and District Clerks Association. It clarifies the procedures for summoning juries by the county clerk. It also allows the clerks in counties to leverage electronic options and gathering jury questionnaires. Move adoption.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment HB 4674. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4674 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1973. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1973 by Harrison Williamson, relating to itemized billing for healthcare services and supplies provided by healthcare providers.
The chair recognizes Ms. Harris of Williamson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1973 until 9 a.m. Tuesday, May 9th.
Members have heard the motions. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2235. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2235 by Jones of Dallas, relating to HIV and AIDS tests.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a complement bill to the bill we passed last week, adding HIV testing to the standard panel of lab tests for sexually transmitted infections. House Bill 2235 would ensure HIV testing is being offered, not required, to individuals receiving routine medical screenings like wellness checks or well-woman exams. This includes obtaining consent and giving the ability for anyone to opt out of the test if needed. Mr. Speaker, I move pass.
Dr. Oliverson, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I yield for questions.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. I think there's been some confusion about this bill and what it does, so I appreciate you laying this out. Obviously, I'm in very strong support of this policy, but I wanted to walk through a couple of the questions with you and sort of address those. First of all, does this bill require a physician to submit a sample of the patient's blood for HIV?
Absolutely not. In fact, any samples that are requested by physicians have to be approved and given consent by patients.
Okay, so let's walk through that. So you're saying, number one, there's no requirement.
That is correct.
It's the physician's discretion as to whether or not the test would be indicated as part of the screening exam. So if somebody has zero risk factors for HIV, then that clinician may decide that's not necessary, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If the person does have risk factors, or if there's reason for the physician to suspect that this might be a useful screening tool, does the patient have the ability to opt out of the testing if they don't want it?
A person can opt out at any time of this test, just like any other
So the
lab
doctor can't, so number one, the doctor isn't required to do it. Number two, the patient's not required to agree to it, correct?
That is correct.
Even if this bill passes, that doesn't change?
That is correct.
Okay. Number three, you mentioned consent. Is the doctor required under this statute to obtain an affirmative consent before submitting the sample for HIV testing, and or to directly inform the patient that an HIV test will be performed unless the patient requests that it not be performed?
That is correct.
Is that your understanding of how?
Intent has to be
Because that's how it
obtained.
reads to me. So let me ask you this. As the author of this bill, your rationale for filing this bill What is the rationale for expanding the number of circumstances where HIV testing may become routine? What purpose does that serve?
Absolutely. In our fight to work to end HIV as an epidemic, the most important tool right now is people having accurate knowledge of their current HIV status. So making sure when people are getting wellness checks that we add HIV to those panels is an important step towards making sure that everyone knows their HIV status and have the tools that they need to either get on pre-exposure prophylaxis if they are HIV negative, or to get on HIV treatment if they're positive, in which if they're taking both, they will not transmit HIV to other individuals.
And is it your understanding that the majority of people walking around Texas today who are HIV positive probably don't know that they're HIV positive?
Absolutely. In fact, the majority of people who are spreading HIV are actually unaware of their HIV status, which is why this is such an important focus to me.
So, and you raise an interesting point, which I hope everybody in the body appreciates, which is when this opt-in consent language was passed 35 years ago, HIV almost uniformly led to AIDS, and it was a death sentence.
That's correct.
There were no people living with HIV healthy, normal lives.
That's right.
But medical science has advanced. Is that not the case?
That's right. I'm living proof. I've been living with HIV for actually 15 years, and it was because of early diagnosis that I was able to get on treatment.
If a person knew they were HIV positive and they got on treatment, in addition to living a normal, healthy life, would they be able to spread HIV to another person?
They would not if on treatment or pre-exposure prophylaxis.
So what you're saying with this bill is that by having more testing and having people who are currently infected with the virus then don't know that they have it, to people who know that they have it and are on treatment, you're actually taking a person who is rapidly and possibly frequently spreading HIV and converting them into an individual who can no longer transmit the disease.
That's right. That's
so you're
correct.
actually stopping the epidemic by promoting awareness.
That is correct.
Representative, I think you have an amazing bill here, and I'm glad you asked me to join author it, and I hope this body will favorably consider it and vote it out.
I appreciate your support, sir.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
He yields.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. So can you just briefly recap what this bill does? Because there was a lot of back and forth, and I just want to be sure that I understand what this bill does.
Absolutely. This is a bill that will allow HIV testing to be included in routine medical screenings. And so it would be a laboratory test that will be offered to an individual receiving a wellness check or a well woman exam, like an annual physical.
So are they not allowed to offer them an HIV test currently?
They are allowed to offer, but unfortunately many people are not offered this test, which is why many in the medical community asked for this bill to be filed so that this can be done. And we're making sure to address the standards of care so that more physicians are offering this important and critical test at this time.
So isn't it true that currently a physician can offer this, but the patient can say no?
Absolutely.
Okay, but
and that doesn't change from this bill as well.
Well, but under this bill, the physician can request that test to be done without the consent of the patient. Is that correct?
That is not correct. Actually, as Dr. Oliverson was just mentioning, any time an HIV test would be required, a consent would have to be obtained for the patient. So this would not be.
Consent has to be done on the front end.
Absolutely.
Okay.
This test cannot be done without consent.
So what is the purpose of this bill?
The purpose of this bill is to make sure that we are including HIV tests as a part of routine medical screenings. Not all doctors, unfortunately, are offering HIV tests as a part of this. When we look at the HIV testing recommendations to work to end HIV as an epidemic by 2030, one of the key areas that are mentioning is increasing HIV testing and increasing knowledge of HIV tests. And so this came up as a recommendation with many public health and HIV stakeholders as a way to address and improve roads for people to know their HIV status. So we just want to make sure that physicians are offering an HIV test, not requiring an HIV test, and we haven't changed anything as far as the consent process to be able to obtain said test.
So how much does this test cost?
An actual average HIV test is about $7.
$7.
Yep.
So the test would be included in a normal blood sample that's already taken from the patient. Is that correct?
Correct. And it will be offered, and then just like any other lab visits, doctors review each test that's being conducted with patients.
So when does the patient consent to this test specifically?
So they would consent when the doctor review with them the different tests that they are testing during their annual physical. So all tests all that are being requested are made in part of that process. So it's not just the HIV test. All tests are made known to patients.
So how is that different than current practice?
Because current practice, not all doctors are requesting that patients take an HIV test during routine medical screenings, therefore missing a lot of people who could value from knowing their current HIV status in order to start pre-exposure prophylaxis or to start treatment if they're HIV positive.
So you're saying that this bill requires doctors to ask patients to get an HIV test?
It has doctors request patients take an HIV test if, again, as Dr. Oliver said mentioned, if there are risk factors in place, that this is a conversation that a patient would have with their doctor. It's in no form requiring any patient to be able to take this test if not needed.
And how does that, we seem to be going in circles here because you're saying that currently doctors can request this test. Earlier, y'all told me that the patient would not necessarily be able to consent. That seems to have changed since that conversation. But you're saying that the patient has the opportunity to have the test now, but under this bill, they would have the opportunity to have this test.
I'm sorry for the misinformation, but it was never said at any point that somebody's consent would not be received. I believe I've been saying it this entire time that consent is something that is hallmark to medical care and that it would be obtained not only for HIV, but for all tests that are being conducted during that visit.
Ms. Click, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yes, I yield for questions.
Gentleman yield for questions. He yields.
Representative Jones, you and I were discussing the other day about one of the public health officials talking about a lady in her 60s in their county. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes, I do.
And as I recall, this woman's health had been declining for some time, and she ultimately died. But it was not until she passed away that they found out that she had AIDS.
That's right.
And not only did she have AIDS and die of AIDS, her husband was also HIV positive.
Absolutely. This would be a perfect example if the doctor were testing during annual checks that this could have been catched sooner, and actually they could still be here with us today.
I propose that probably neither one of those patients were screened because they were not considered in high-risk categories. Would you agree?
I do agree.
I think you've got a good bill, Representative Jones, and I'll be pleased to support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs and passes on engrossment of HB 2235. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Mr. Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Ms. Rose voting aye. Mr. Manuel voting aye. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Ms. Timish voting aye. Ms. Morales-Shaw voting aye. Have all members voting? There's 104 ayes, 38 nays. HB 2235 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1848. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1848 by Deallo relating to a study by the Secretary of State on the feasibility of central counting stations complying with federal standards for facilities that contain sensitive information.
The chair recognizes Mr. Deallo to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1848 is simply requesting the Secretary of State office run a study of the cost and feasibility of making county central count stations SCIF compliant and whether or not it would be beneficial in the process to further securing our elections and helping restore voter confidence in the election proposition. I have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Deallo.
The chair recognizes Mr. Deallo to explain the amendment.
This is a simple amendment that changes the date of when the study is due from September to December 1, 2024, and when it expires.
Mr. Deallo sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. Author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Deallo to close the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment HB 1848. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bill. Show Mr. Deallo voting aye. Show Mr. Kane voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 55 nays, HB 1848 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out HB 5012 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5012 by Clardy related to the authority of certain municipalities to receive certain tax revenue derived from a hotel and convention center project and to pledge certain tax revenue for the payment of obligations related to the project.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a hotel occupancy tax bill. I've talked to several of you around the room today about this bill. A number of communities are affected. I do have 3 amendments. I think I've talked to many about having a single amendment, but for reasons I've discussed with Chairman Meyer, I think it makes sense to break them up to 3, so please bear with us.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Clardy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This first amendment, it's the traditional Chapter 156 tax code, hot tax projects. Many of you have these in your communities. It adds 4 additional cities to that, and they're identified in the amendment by their bracket section. But particularly is Carthage, Rosenberg, Eagle Pass, East Montgomery County, I believe, and that this is acceptable to the author, and I move passage.
Mr. Clardy sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House.
Thank you, sir. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Clardy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this second amendment deals with the 157 chapter of the tax code. This has to do with the expansion of the 1,000-foot boundary. It adds 9 cities. These include Chairman Leach's with Allen, the Colony, and also with Brownsville, Seguin, Mansfield. There are several cities throughout here, again, all identified. It's acceptable to the author, and I move passage.
Mr. Clardy sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Clardy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the amendment.
And last but not least, the third amendment. This deals with the section of the code dealing with project finance zones. This amendment is particularly of import to San Antonio and Corpus Christi. This is already recognized in code, available for many of our other cities. It's acceptable to the author, and I move passage.
Mr. Clardy sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to close on the bill.
Members, I'd appreciate your favorable consideration of this bill. This is a very important economic driver throughout our state, and I would move passage. Thank you.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
The gentleman would yield.
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I would yield.
Gentleman yield.
So on the first amendment that you adopted, because you moved very quickly, did we now include that a nonprofit corporation can qualify for these tax incentives?
Not a nonprofit corporation.
I believe that's what I read, and it was
no, I don't
quickly.
believe that's correct. Can you focus me on what particular community?
The first amendment you adopted,
right?
It, as I read it, said that you are now going to include nonprofits aside from cities, and because the bill starts with using the hot tax, the hotel tax, right? That's what we're talking about?
We're talking about the tax collected at a hotel.
Correct.
Hotel occupancy tax.
Okay, so that's what the bill's about. And then your first amendment that you added to this bill now includes, or second amendment, your second amendment, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yeah.
Now includes that a nonprofit can participate in the hot tax. Is that what I'm understanding?
I suppose to the extent that we have this would include a public facility corporation, which again is a recognized
Keep on going. I think it was further down. Nonprofit.
Yeah, again, these are nonprofit corporations, including public facility corporations, but they are responsible and controlled by a municipality.
But it doesn't exclude any other nonprofits? I apologize. We're moving quickly, and I'm just trying to understand where I vote on it.
It's a fair question. Again, I think this is a different way for municipality to be able to avail themselves of this really generous program. But again, it has to be controlled by the municipality. But it doesn't open it up to any nonprofit that is not related to the municipality.
That's what I'm trying to understand. So the nonprofit has to be controlled by the municipality. It just can't be a nonprofit.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Canales. Great question. Mr. Speaker, I would move passage.
The question occurs on passing on engrossment, HB 5012. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 5012 is passed on engrossment. Members, the next item on the calendar is HCR 90. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays on second reading SER 38. The clerk will read the resolution.
SCR 38 by Colcourse, designating April 6th as Texas High School Coaches Day for a 10-year period ending in 2033.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This SCR makes April 6th for a 10-year period Texas High School Coaches Day. Move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kemple voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 1 nay, SCR 38 is adopted. Mr. Kemple moves to lay HCR 90 on the table, subject to call. If there is objection, chair has none so ordered. The following bill on first reading and referral to committee, the clerk will read the bill.
SB 624 by Colcourse, relating to the permitting of renewable energy generation facilities by the Public Utility Commission of Texas, authorizing fees, referred to the Committee on State Affairs.
Although Ms. Campos is on the phone right now, happy birthday, Ms. Campos. Members, the speaker's desk is clear. If you have any announcements, please bring them down front. Mr. Guerin moves the House recess until Tuesday at 9 a.m. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the House stands recessed.